Hey, hey, welcome in. In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we are happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, holding it down right here on the midday, on and off the rails. Thursday. Zay, how are you doing, my man?
I'm doing pretty good, man. Can't complain. Feels good to be alive on this Thursday. And yeah, got a lot to talk about on today's show. And ready to get into it. How about you? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. We should be hearing from our friend Lance Taylor in about 10 minutes. We got him coming in, our SEC insider and prognosticator, as we usually have on Thursdays. It's usually carpool karaoke with Lance. And so we will have him on in about 10 minutes. But yeah, Zay, where do we want to start? Steve Sarkeesian confirming a report that I put out on February 4th that we could have spring football with no spring game. He goes on with Up and Adams, Kay Adams' show today and says no spring game. Says we've played 30 games in 2 years, and the direct quote is, over the last 2 years, we played 30 games. That's a lot of college football. 14 2 years ago, 16 this year, and I just mentioned we've had 25 guys get invited to the NFL Combine the last 2 years, so we've got a lot of young players on our roster, 21 mid-year high school kids that just showed up, and so the development that's needed for these guys to get ready for the fall is a little bit different than it used to be. So our approach is going to be a little bit more NFL-driven, kind of more of an OTA style early on, and as we grow into more of the scrimmage formats, blah, blah, blah. So what do you make of that, Zay?
We saw it coming, as you reported a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about it then. Like, this shouldn't be much of a surprise for Texas fans, even though it's a bummer. And I see both sides of it. I see Texas fans being upset that the orange and white game will not be happening here in 2025. But I also see, from Steve Sarkeesian's point of view, you want to save a lot of these guys from injury and different things in the grueling gauntlet season that this Texas team has had these last few years, as he mentioned. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. You can't tell me that Ohio State not playing in the Big Ten championship didn't help them kind of regroup and refocus and get everybody's body right for the ending run, and that led to a national championship. The Longhorns, they didn't have that luxury. So again, as much as the orange and white game has been iconic and just the really big time for spring football when it comes to, this Texas program, I do understand why Steve Sarkeesian has took this route to go. And again, even though it kind of sucks, it is what it is.
Yeah. He says we're going to be a little bit of a different approach. Interested to hear if we get anything where we can view the team, between now and August 30th, but we'll wait and see what that means. Obviously, we got a new coach coming to campus with the hiring of Chad Scott, the West Virginia running backs coach and offensive coordinator under Neil Brown. And Zay, I got to say, I like this hire. So Chad Scott is a guy who has done sort of more with less. I think one of the best examples of that is he, spotted this 3-star recruit, Jaheim White out of York, Pennsylvania. Kids' only offers were Bowling Green and Old Dominion. He offers them, zeroes in on him. And the kid is a freshman All-American last season. Ran for 845 yards, 5.7 yards per carry, 7 touchdowns, caught 19 passes. And the former West Virginia GM is a guy named Drew Fabianich, who I've known for 20 years. He was a national scout for the Cowboys. And so I called him, and he is this rough and tumble, football coach who's, eat glass, spit nails. And he was glowing about Chad Scott. I honestly was a little surprised because Drew doesn't really praise anybody. And Chad Scott is, he just couldn't say enough about him, that he's a football coach who connects with his players. He's an excellent recruiter who connects with recruits and their families. He's on the level. He's a solid family man himself. He was the offensive coordinator for Neil Brown. He did not call the plays, but he structured practice. He, put out the scripts, the practice scripts. He game planned, and West Virginia has consistently run the football the last 4 years, really since he's been there since 2019. And he's from Plant City, Florida. He's recruited Florida. He's recruited Georgia. He's recruited Texas. He's recruited Pennsylvania and Ohio. And if you look at his recruiting profile, he doesn't just recruit running backs. He recruits every position. Offensive linemen, linebackers, kickers. Like he's one of their go-to guys, kind of like Jeff Banks is on the Texas staff. And so I think this is another kudos to Steve Sarkeesian. He did his homework. He considered a lot of names. He had a lot of guys trying to get their name in the mix. He considered NFL guys, and he brought in Chad Scott for an interview yesterday. And that was all both sides needed. So, people are asking me, does this mean he's going to bring Jaheim White with him? No idea. Is Neil Brown coming, as an analyst? No idea. All I know is Chad Scott is coming, and Zay, you'll appreciate this. His wife played basketball at Kentucky.
Okay.
And Chad started off at Kentucky, and then he transferred to North Carolina. But Drew Fabianich said that their kids are super athletic, and watch out because they'll probably both be scholarship type athletes. The kids' names are Jacoby and Jacoby. No, not that it really matters, but Jacoby and who knows? Corey.
Okay.
Corey and Jacoby. Daughter
Okay.
Corey, son Jacoby.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, well, good family, man. Sure, them kids gonna have good genes with their parents. One being the former football player, the other being the former hooper. I think Chad Scott is a good hire. Again, you got to believe in Steve Sarkeesian through this process for what he's done in the past, bringing in other A's. We say it all the time here on Chip and Zay. A's hire A's, B's hire C's. So we believe in Steve Sarkeesian, again, a really good staff to replace somebody that has really big shoes in himself and skins on him the wall like the Shard choice. So Chad Scott, 43 years old, still young, still hungry. We talk about that also, Chip. You need guys in here that are going to be out there, all over the map when it comes to this recruiting process. And for him to do what he did at West Virginia, like CJ Donaldson was a freaking tight end. Like, Longhorn fans remember C.J. Donaldson and just how tough he was as a runner during the Big 12 times. Like, that dude could play. And Ryan Day thought he could play too. That's why he's now in Columbus, and Texas is going to see C.J. Donaldson game 1 start the season. So, yeah, I think Chad Scott, him being able to bring in guys that might have been forgotten about as 3 stars and 2 stars, and then developing them, hell, even out of position like C.J. Donaldson, and then developing them and making them really tough, high-quality running backs in college football. I think that's a huge attribute that he has. So, yeah, like the hire. Somebody joked on the Dakota text line saying 2 first names with Chad Scott, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it ain't about his name. It's about what he represents. And, I think it's a good hire. The dude was Neil Brown's right-hand man, and Neil had some good years before it all came down tumbling on him. So, good hire. We'll see what happens.
All right. We'll get back to Chad Scott here in a second, but let's grab our SEC insider and prognosticator, the one and only Lance Taylor of Lance'sLock.com. LT, how you doing?
Hey, fellas. It is absolutely freezing cold here. I don't know what the weather is like in the Austin area, but, man, I got
freezing.
Yeah, it was 20 and snow flurries and just I hate it. But
awful.
Yeah.
Well, what you're on the move. We love our carpool karaoke.
I don't know why the sun is behind me. I don't know.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right.
I apologize. I'm always
you're on the move, man. You're getting stuff done.
I'm trying.
You're moving, you're shaking, you're making it happen. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, so Steve Sarkeesian says today, no spring game. What's going on with Alabama? What's the word there on spring?
I think it's interesting because, and we talked about this earlier. Remind me, who was the first that was like, we don't. I guess that was Hugh Freeze, right?
About canceling spring games?
Yeah, I'm just talking, I recently we had somebody say, hey, look, all people are going to do, poach our players.
Oh, Matt Rule.
Matt Rule.
Yeah, it was Rule. And I do think Freeze said he kind of agrees. But I think once you had this kind of open up, I don't think any of these guys really like the spring game. And I don't know about you. I remember Nick Saban's first spring game. It was like 95,000. It was insane. I just don't understand. And I've been a part of 2 of, Saban's spring games as like an honorary coach. And I thought it was neat, like the inside of seeing how everything operates. But as far as like from a fan's perspective.
Wait, you were an honorary coach for a Nick Saban spring game?
Yeah, for a couple of them. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not a big deal. I don't want to overhype this, Chip, but like the first one, it was me and a guy from Huntsville and a guy from Montgomery. And on the other side was like, former Alabama quarterback Jay Barker and Feinbaum. And then me and Dunaway and Brown, my 2 current partners, we did the spring of 17 or 18. But I mean, we didn't do anything. It's not like I got to call plays. It was just hanging out and seeing how. Yeah. And then, and they've always done this. The winning team, whether it's crimson or white, gets steak. The losing team gets beans and franks. So, we got invited because my team's won both times. Got invited to have steak, and I never even showed up because I would have had to go back to Tuscaloosa the very next week. With all that said, I thought it was fascinating seeing inside. It was my first really deep look at Kirby Smart because, they always have the assistants. And so Kirby was my coach the first time I did it. And this was probably 2011, spring of 11, I think. So, seeing Kirby operate and hearing how foul his mouth was, which I absolutely loved, was fascinating. And then the next time Pete Golding went against Mike Loxley. So I think that was 17 or 18. And, seeing those guys just draw it up on the whiteboard, Just seeing what players are eating at halftime and how they're interacting. I mean, stuff like that inside was really cool. But as far as like, if it's a beautiful spring day, if you want to, get the family out, you want to take the girlfriend or wife to a game, hang out, have a couple of beers, I get it. But like, I don't really know how intriguing that game is for the masses. So, here's what I personally think. They talk about other teams poaching. I think what happens in these spring situations, just, my 2 cents, is let's just go with the quarterback battle, which is obvious. You got a quarterback that comes in, he's playing lights out. He looks like he's going to be the first team guy. Your second and third team guys are playing well, but they're not playing to that level. Then it's easy for them to get out at that point because, none of these guys are going to name starters at any of these positions from the fear of these guys transferring out. But I think it's more that once people kind of know where they're in spring, I think there's something to that, but I've never been a big fan of the spring game, to be honest with you.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's not just you're showing your players to other teams for them to try and come and tamper and poach. You've got players on your own team whose agents are like, hey, if you light it up in the spring game, we can leverage them for more NIL money. So
yeah, and it seems a little dirty, right? But everybody's playing their next gig. I don't know. I just don't like it. And I don't know where you guys are. Like, and I talked about this earlier. Like, if I'm on the couch and a spring game pops up, whether it's, Texas A&M, UCLA, whatever, I'll sample it and watch a little bit. But I'm not. There is no way I'm investing an hour or two on watching a spring game.
Yeah, I'll agree. I mean, the first quarter, the early part of that, I think everyone's looking for the up and comers and okay, how does this guy look? And then it's, a little bit of a reward for the third team.
Scoring, like I remember some of the worst scoring. I think it was Gus Malzahn that his scoring system was terrible. But I thought Saban did it right for a minute when he had 1s versus 1s and 2s versus 2s. At least you got a little bit better of a gauge, but I've just never been a big fan. And you can't wager on it. So
well, there's no line at lanceslock.com for the spring games.
I mean, we can bet on the Academy Awards. I can bet on the Little League World Series. I can bet on presidential elections, but I can't bet on a spring game. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Well, do you like how Steve Sarkeesian's probably going to go about it? He's going to go about it more of an OTA NFL style for the spring, Lance.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you got to do something. Sark's got to earn his money. What is it, $12.6 million now?
Something like that.
It's a big. I'll tell you, and I think you guys might find this interesting. And I don't know. So Jim Dunaway, one of our on-air partners, did this exercise the other day, and he got it from somewhere. Now, we kind of put a spin on it, but it was who is the next head coach to win their first national championship. And so we did this kind of a blind drill where he would throw a name out. So we had 1 through 6. And when he threw the name out, you had to immediately slot it. And so you couldn't go back. Once you put somebody at 1 or you put somebody at 6, then they were kind of stuck there. And so you just had to see how it kind of played out. And I thought it was fascinating because I was saving my 6 for James Franklin or Lane Kiffin, whoever one of those guys came up first. But Sarkeesian was on the list. And, I think Sarkeesian's got all the resources in the world. Fact of the matter is he really didn't have an A+ win last year. In my opinion, he's really never had that A+ win in his career, that monumental game. But we had Josh Pate on the show. And Josh does, as you guys know, a really, really incredible job and does deep dives, college football 24/7. But his number one guy was Sarkeesian to win a national championship, his next first. I disagreed with that. I had Brian Kelly as my 1 and Kalen DeBoer as my 2. But I think most people in this exercise probably would have taken Sark.
So you wouldn't take that game in Tuscaloosa 2 years ago as a monumental win by 10, 34-24?
I don't know. I mean, how good was that Alabama team? I mean, I guess They did go to the college football playoff. They were a play away from maybe winning that game and winning a national championship. So, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it was so early in the season, like what kind of impact did it really have on the season? Like Texas, I guess they did get to a college football playoff. Alabama, even with the loss, still got there. I'm just talking about one of these do or die like games. Okay. Yeah, look, and you go back to Arizona State, 4th and 13. They won that game, but, Texas should have won a game against Arizona State like that. And I hate to take a knock at Sark, man. I mean, I think the Sark, being a USC fan, watching him early, kind of cut his teeth. He seemed really overwhelmed. The job seemed too big. I do think he's gotten much better. He's an easy story to pull for because it's the ultimate redemption story. But I just need to see something before I can buy in. Much like James Franklin. And Franklin finally won a couple of big games in the college football playoff, but it was games he should have won, I mean, it's teams that they were big favorites against in, SMU and Boise State. So there's certain coaches out there, whether it's Dan Lanning or James Franklin or Lane Kiffin or Sark, sooner or later, they're going to play a lot of these big games and somebody's going to win them. I mean, Ryan Day, that was kind of the knock on him. And, he went on and knocked 4 out en route to a national championship this year. So that narrative's changed. So I'm sure it'll change for somebody else next year or the year after. But I just want to see it before I buy it.
Okay. Well, Sarkeesian's new deal, he'll make 10.8 next year, and then it escalates to where he makes 12.3 in 2031. So
he's going to be doing it. He's going to have a shirt on his back. He'll be able to feed the kids. Good.
He can afford to get cheese on his Whopper, as my man Sean Adams used to say.
The dude was wearing a Dior jacket today on Kay Adams' show. So
no, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
I knew he was. Say hey, Kay Adams, big fan, by the way. I projected her as a 1 seed years and years and years ago on Good Morning Football or whatever. But I didn't know the Dior jacket was still a thing.
Oh yeah, he was stunting on him, Steve.
Okay.
Kay Adams is a smoke show, says
1 seed.
She's pretty strong. I mean, she really is. I'm pretty good at identifying talent early on. Laura Rutledge was like a sideline reporter for the SEC network. Kay Adams was somebody nobody knew. And I was like, yes, that's going to work.
That's going to work. Yeah, they were rifling them through the Longhorn network for a while. Samantha Ponder, Jane Slater.
See, Chip, things we wouldn't know because it's the old if the tree falls in the forest, does anybody hear? And that was, and I'm not exaggerating. Is the Longhorn network still up and operational?
No.
Okay.
So it's now an app that you can download on your phone, and you can watch press conferences on the app. So the production studios, all of that is still here, and now it's student run. So like if you are into television production, Texas is all over it because all the Longhorn Network studios are still here, even though there's no day-to-day programming. So the students run it, and it's a great educational opportunity now. But no.
Not to bore anybody, because I'm sure everybody knows the answer to this before I ask, especially y'all's viewers and listeners. It wasn't a Del Conte. Who was the Texas guy that really put the Longhorn Network together?
It was ESPN, guy named Burke Magnus, who's now in charge of everything.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, who was the AD at that point? Wasn't Mac Brown kind
of the lost odds?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and Mac Brown. They were coming off the national championship season in 2009, and then it kind of when it was like January of 2011 that the Longhorn Network launched, and it was like Texas had just gone 5-7. It was kind of the harbinger of doom.
Yeah.
And like the 11 years that it was on the air, Texas wasn't very good. And then as soon as they got good, LHN went away.
That's the way these things happen. Like I saw where the oh my gosh, what's his first name? Was it John Sharp, the voice of the Cornhuskers?
Oh,
And he passed away from pancreatic cancer, I think yesterday, a couple of days ago. But that poor guy was the voice since 2007, and they have absolutely done nothing. And unfortunately, in those situations, it's like great historic program. Matt Rule will probably get it turned around now that the guy's gone.
Man, that's a sad deal. All right, so what is going on over at lanceslock.com?
Coming off an 8-5 last night, we have 6 plays up and available today. College hoops, jump on board, win with us, free play every single day. Winning record this year, NFL, winning record college football, winning record NBA, winning record college basketball. We're winning for you. $100 gets you absolutely everything. You can buy a daily package, but jump on board, getting ready, amped up for March Madness and this crazy SEC league, man. Night in, out, you never know what you're going to get. Auburn survives Arkansas in a terrible shooting game down in Neville, and then Alabama basically got run off the court in Columbia last night, giving up 110 and 60% shooting to Mizzou, a team that was 0-18 in conference play, as you guys know, last year, and then one and done in the tournament. So they go from 0-19 in SEC play last year to a team that's beaten 3 top 5s and a team that's trending right now towards a top 3 seed.
Hey.
Yeah, Lance, what'd you take from the Iron Bowl on the hardwood this past Saturday? Obviously, Auburn winning that game in Tuscaloosa, but Alabama coming up short and then getting drove last night.
Yeah, I would say this. I still think Alabama's a good team. Defensively, there's a question mark in their 5 losses this year. They've given up an average of an 89.6 points per game. So the defense isn't great. I mean, you look last night, they hit 11 threes. Sears goes for 35, and they still lose the game by 12 points. And that was with Missouri missing 16 free throws. Alabama's got a turnover issue. They've got a defensive problem right now. I don't know if it's effort, but boy, they're going to have to turn it up. First time they've lost back-to-back games in a calendar year. So, they're still, easily right now a 1 seed. They've got 5 really difficult regular season games to go. But man, their defense just isn't where it needs to be. I mean, obviously giving up 110 points on the road in regulation, but I'll tell you the craziest thing that I've seen. So it's a top 5 Alabama team going back to Alabama-Auburn on Saturday in Coleman. They get behind 9-0. They never lead that game. They ended up tying it up the second half, but then Auburn ends up winning the game by 9. And then they get down 12-0 in Columbia last night. They never led that game. So, there might be an example out, but I doubt there is a top 5 team that has ever not led for 1 second of play in 80 minutes of basketball in back-to-back games. I just don't know if we've ever had that, but that's where Alabama's been the last couple of games.
Well, LT, we know you got to bounce. Everybody get over to lanceslock.com, get in on the fun, and let's do it again next week.
Okay, boys. Y'all enjoy the games. Talk soon.
Appreciate it, Lance.
LT Lance Taylor bringing it, lanceslock.com for the picks. That was the other thing today. The Texas Board of Regents approved the new contracts for Steve Sarkeesian, Jeff Banks, Kyle Flood, and Pete Kwiatkowski. And Sarkeesian's salary will go from $10.4 million to $10.8 million in 2025. And then with the raises, it will culminate at $12.3 million in 2031. The whole new contract totals $80 million, an average of $11.4 million per season. So Jimmy Sexton did his job. Steve Sarkeesian got to the college football playoff semifinals for the second straight year and parlayed that into a nice big raise, Zay. Your thoughts?
I mean, first off, our boy Lance, we know he's hard on Sark, but no monumental wins during his tenure at Texas to get all that money back-to-back semifinal appearances in the college football playoff. Man, my man Lance cold, but hey, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. We love Lance's take. That's why we have him on every single week. Been doing a great job for all the number of years, even though he looks like he's still in his 30s. He's been doing it seems like longer than that. Yeah, it's deserved. It's deserved. The fact that they've been able to keep Pete Kwiatkowski and Kyle Flood and Jeff Banks has been huge because Jeff Banks, for Monkeygate, he might not be here right now. And Jeff Banks, Bert Auburn was trash this year, but besides Bert, everything else has been really good through these last 5 years. So they got their raises. Feel like they're going to be here for a very long time. That's good for recruiting. That's good for the culture. Again, you don't see that very often where you could keep the defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, special teams coach who has an impact like Jeff Banks. So very promising. I dig it. And let's see if these guys can continue to have these positive results that we've seen these last 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's look, it's good to be.
Y'all heavy, man.
What, Z Holly?
How do we know he's rolling in an 05 Tahoe? Has he talked about that on Next Round Live? Like,
I have no idea what car is. Yeah, I have no idea what he's rolling with. Yeah, but I think Sark's had some big wins. I think the win at Alabama, the win over Clemson. I mean, I think Clemson's going to show everybody next year that they're pretty darn good. So, yeah. I mean, is that a big raise? Yeah, it's a big raise. It's a big raise. But the price of doing business is up. And so it's good to be hot right now. And I think the hiring of Chad Scott was a huge win for Sark, because if teams are going to come for your coaches, for your players, you got to have answers. And I like this hire. Drew, like I said earlier, and I wrote this in the Insider at Horns 24/7 this morning. Drew Fabianich is a tough, hard-nosed football guy, and he loves Chad Scott. So, and the production is there. That's the other thing, is that West Virginia, they've been, they were a top 10 rushing team in 23. They were number 27 this year with a true freshman running back and CJ Donaldson, who, as you mentioned, Zay, is now he's transferred to Ohio State. So Chad Scott's developing his players, and Drew Fabianich told me that Jaheim White would have left for more NIL money, but stayed because of Chad Scott. So that's a tough one for Jaheim White. And so we'll see what happens, but he is definitely a lightning guy at 5'7", 190, and CJ Donaldson at 238 was the Thunder. Sonic and Knuckles, if you will.
I'd give Jaheim White a call. Not going to lie. I mean, love what Contravion Wisener did this year. Hearing really good things about CJ Baxter getting back to form. When I checked out Horns 24/7, that's normal. You guys do a really good job of updating that. Jared Gibson, have high praise for him. Christian Clark, when he's able to get back, have high praise for him too. And don't forget those early enrollee freshmen that just got to campus in January. But we saw with last year, you have a few injuries at that position. We didn't expect Jaden Blue to be as up and down as he was. We thought that guy was going to have a breakout season. And even though he had some good moments, he could have been better. So do you add another back just in case you go through those injury issues like you did last year? And if you're Jaheim White, why wouldn't you want to go if you're a running backs coach that you stayed at West Virginia for, who's now in a better situation, and it might be a better situation for you? Maybe not when it comes to carries, because again, Contravion Wisener, CJ Baxter, they got something to say about that. But at the end of the day, you can find a spot for someone, let them eat. Like, I don't know. I'd take a look at that. I know Sark likes his running back room right now, but hey,
you just lost Jaden Blue.
Yeah.
James White's a burner. And so let's see how this thing plays out. You know what I'm saying?
Give him a call. You know what I'm saying? You give him a call. Just say, hey, bro, what's up? Like, because you don't know when CJ Baxter is going to be ready. Like,
I think he's going to be ready for fall camp.
Okay, but what about mentally? Like, physically, cool. You're cleared and stuff. You're ready to go. Mentally, that's the biggest thing for me. Is he going to be that same dude? Because, again, you lost a year. That's a lot of experience that you can't get back. Now you're coming into, I guess, as a medical red shirt, it's officially your sophomore year, even though he'll be eligible for the draft come 2026. But I got to see how he is mentally. Is he ready to run the football in the gauntlet that is the SEC? I don't know. Maybe Chad Scott could get him right. Maybe he's doing what he has to do to get right now with Torrey Beck then and the process. Like, maybe he's the best back in the NFL, in college football next year. We don't know, but those are some big ifs in my opinion. I know Contravion Wisener is going to be there. Jared Gibson, very high on him, but also you just never know at the end of the day. So giving White a call just to see, what's up, bro. Like, how you feeling about this? Because NIL is a little different up there in Morgantown than it is down here in the ATX. So, as you come with the boys who went to 2 back-to-back college football playoff semifinals, why not? Like, yeah, that room's thick, and that's the main thing. Like, the room's just so thick. Like, does he want to share all those carries? Because you're going to be sharing. But as we saw last year, whoever's having the hot hand or the better game, they're going to get the most carries. And that ended up mostly being Contravion Wisener. But, yeah, sharing is caring. So I can find some room for Jaheim White, even though last year he kind of missed it with our guy Silas Bolden, and I'm still a little salty about that, but that's different. People learn, people make mistakes. I ain't going to hold that against Sark for too long, but give him a call. See what's up.
Yeah. Look, you can never go wrong by having a freshman All-American. And I get it. You've got a lot of guys in the room, and we're hearing, that I think CJ Baxter's fine, but maybe some of the other running backs are like, oh, wait, no Tashard Choice. They really want to see who this new coach is before they decide what they feel good about or don't feel good about their college football future. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see. That's you don't say no to freshman All-Americans is what I've learned in life. Because you need playmakers, baby. You need playmakers. And the thing about West Virginia is they did it by committee. They usually had at least 2, if not 3 guys carrying the load. So you don't want to be the guy that's getting 20 carries every game because you're putting too much tread on the tire, or you're wearing down the tread on the tire sooner than you need. So you want to share that load. Obviously, that running backs coach has to have a good feel for that, and we know Tashard Choice did. So, yeah, and I know people are, Z Holly. And I think Z Holly's the one who said that Burke Magnus got fired at ESPN. No, he's now in charge of all of content. He's basically the grand poobah of content at ESPN. But CJ Baxter, Z Holly says CJ Baxter didn't exactly set the world on fire as a freshman. Didn't see blocks developing. And this is, he did not play in a zone scheme in high school. He played in a gap scheme, and which is frequently the case. Although a lot of Texas high schools run zone schemes, so the running backs are used to pressing the line of scrimmage and looking for that hole to open and then having that feel and that timing. And CJ Baxter needed to get used to it, but he got better as the year went on. And I think you'll see him much more comfortable in that, in the zone scheme this year than he was as a freshman. So definitely there was room for growth, but CJ Baxter is a leader. I mean, he's a guy who's leading in the winter conditioning, and he just got back from a significant knee injury. So, yeah, I think they're, I'm watching some of these Texas football videos they're putting out from winter conditioning, and they all look like monsters.
Of course they do.
Right? They got the angles just right. They got
the lighting's perfect.
Lighting.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man,
Torrey Beckton, that's why he got a raise too. Dude does a hell of a job, man. The NFL, they were after Torrey Beckton. He was getting calls to go to the National Football League for how well he does at the college ranks. And for him to stick around in Austin, that's big, because you've seen those guys develop and get bigger, stronger, and faster. And that's a part of the culture that Sark's put together here at Texas. So, yeah, you got to continue to see that. We know the leaders that are going to show out and have to show out this season. Guys like Mookie Taft, obviously Arch Manning. We just mentioned CJ Baxter. You could throw Q Wisner in there also, Ant Hill, like all those guys that played a lot of meaningful snaps last year. They're going to have to come with it this year, because there's a lot of freshmen that want to be a part of the wave. 25 early enrollees here on campus that are trying to, make their way on this roster and have these coaches think very highly of them. Like, it starts now. So even though the spring game won't be happening, which is unfortunate, I still believe in Sark's process on why he's doing it this way, and hopefully the results are positive because of that.
Yeah. That's, we've got a bunch of guys who are developing and really, everyone's like, what, who's looking good? Who's looking good? They've just been conditioning, weight room, running, pushing sleds, all that. the coaches have been on vacation. The coaches are now back from vacation. So starting next week, they'll start to do intensive training at their position with their position coach. That's when we'll start to hear about, okay, this guy's got good technique. This guy runs good routes, all that. So everyone's like, what's going on in winter conditioning? A lot of running, a lot of reshaping of bodies, that kind of thing. So anyway, you'll start to get a little more intel starting next week about what guys are looking like in position specific drills and training and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I saw Jeff Banks on vacation. Well, Mrs. Banks, I don't call her pole assassin like y'all do. They got married and stuff, so I'm gonna call her Mrs. Banks. They were on vacation. They look like they enjoyed themselves. You know what I'm saying? My man Jeff Banks is out here. So I'm glad that he got to regroup wherever the hell they were. Looked very tropical and paradisey. And now we got to fix this Bert Auburn problem. For real. Because last year, Bert, I hope Bert ain't go on vacation. Bert don't deserve vacation. Vacation for Bert, they better have a field with some field goal posts so he could practice. That's the vacation I need for Bert Auburn this year. Everybody else is cool. Bert Auburn, you don't get vacation, bruh. Sorry, we can't do it. You didn't earn that, fam. And I want everybody to have time off. Time off is cool. But if he does go on vacation, Chip, there better be a field with some field goal posts on it to where he could practice. You could do that. People work out on vacation all the time. You know what I'm saying? That's not against the norm or nothing, but straight up vacation where I got to get away from the game and I'm out here tanning and got the hair flowing and stuff on jet skis around beautiful honeys. Nah, I'm not trying to hear that. Bert needs to go off somewhere, work on his game, and then he can relax a little bit. But next day, we up early, 5 a.m., 5:30 tops, working on our game again. That's what I need from Bert Auburn this year, for real.
Crack that whip.
Yeah.
Crack that whip, Zay.
Yeah. Because Will Stone ain't playing. You think Will Stone going on vacation? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm just saying, Will Stone ain't going on vacation. He got a job to get. He said, that's my job. Bert, you had your opportunities, bruh. Nobody care about the past no more. Now the past is 2024. What happened then? A lot of missed kicks. All them kumbaya moments. Steve Sarkeesian hugging Bert, his hands over his shoulders. They laughing, cracking jokes. Bert goes out there, smokes another kick. Them were tough times, man. Real tough. So, not trying to have any of them episodes no more. All business, all year round. Bet not hear about Bert Auburn going on vacation. And if I do, he needs to be posting videos of him practicing or something. That'd make me feel better.
You want some TikToks?
Yeah. Give me a little TikToks.
You want some TikToks of Bert practicing on vacation?
Yeah, I need that. Again, no vacation is the best vacation, but these guys got to get away from it a little bit. Bert, if you go on vacation, just make sure you bring them footballs with you, bro. That's all we're saying. I feel like I can speak for all of Longhorn Nation by saying that.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, listen, at that position, so what have you done for me lately? No one wants to hear about the good kicks of the past. They only remember he missed 2 field goals in the SEC championship. And, he missed against Arizona State, Peach Bowl.
Yeah. All right. So I've seen a lot of Kay Adams comments here, and I don't watch her show too often. I always see different clips on social media and stuff. But Kay Adams, L'Oreal whoop your ass, man. L'Oreal, Kay Adams, she's very flirty and she does a great job. Like, I never want to, like, women in the game, in the sports field, a lot of them get a bad rep because, of course, very beautiful. We get that. The, Clarissa Thompsons, the Erin Andrews, list goes on. And Kay, she's known for, making some of these guys that she interviews say some wild stuff. Taylor Rooks is in that same category. Athletes have said some very fictional things to Taylor Rooks, which I don't know if they get caught up in the beauty or Kay Adams has that same effect. But she was with Sark. Again, that's cool. That's her bit. She does a great job. But L'Oreal, whoop your ass, Kay. Be careful. That's all I'm saying. Because, I was watching it with my wife, and my wife was like, she always like this? I was like, yeah. This is just how she gets down. Like, this is how she prevents herself. And she's in the ATX, and, she brought up bangers down there on Rainy, so she's having a good time. A lot of people have speculated her and Kevin Durant having a thing. I don't know about that, but I've seen them in interviews together, and it's mad flirty. Like, KD... The flirt game that Kay Adams throws at him, KD throws it right back. So it's interesting that she's here in the ATX, most likely going to that game today, especially with the interview that she did with Steve Sarkeesian at the Moody Center. But yeah, man, she was doing that with Sark, and you meet the wrong one, you just never know. Like, that's L'Oreal Sarkeesian. You could just tell that sister don't play. So yeah. Just bring back Fabulous.
I've wondered.
Who is that?
I wondered what you were getting at.
Yeah, she did a good job. It was a great interview.
Like, L'Oreal whipped that ass. I'm like,
it was a great interview. I'll get it. But Kate, she just has that aura. She's laughing. She makes you feel good about yourself. You know, she looking in your eyes and stuff like that.
Yeah, she's sultry.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, does her research, like, she does a terrific job. I am not bashing her one bit. I'm just trying to prepare the girl. I'm not saying L'Oreal would do it, but I'd be careful.
I think Liz is saying, "What you mean? What you talking about?"
Liz, I'm just trying to help out Kay. That's all.
My man Zay's got his
back.
big...
Hey, we know L'Oreal back in the game. We saw L'Oreal a lot this year, man. A lot. Word on the street is it wasn't looking too good. What I saw this season, it looks great. Lark looks very happy. She on the field again, wearing them terrific outfits that she be rocking. Paris Fashion Week.
Rex St. Charles says Kay Adams won't flirt with Mike Elko.
Oh, I haven't seen that interview yet. She might.
Or maybe she would.
She might. Yo, her and Kevin Durant, something going on.
What?
I'm telling you.
You allegedly. You got to say, like, I don't know nothing.
I mean,
because
y'all seen them interviews. KD Bessie too. KD was like, you got to come to my game. Like, we got to come to my game. You got to check me out. You got to see me play. Like, yeah. KD know what he doing, which you'll be able to see KD tonight at the Moody Center, not Victor Wembanyama. Spurs fans, which this could be a blessing in disguise. I don't know if you heard it today, Chip, but Victor Wembanyama's out for the season. Blood clots in the shoulder. Thrombosis. Very terrifying. Like, Chris Bosh had to retire from blood clots. And there's been very bad blood clots where guys had to hang up the kicks. And then there's been ones that guys have gotten over, like Brandon Ingram. Like 6 years ago, he had blood clots, got on them blood thinners, medicine, was out for like 6 months or so, came back the next season and was the most improved player and hasn't been hurt really since, especially not with blood clots. But whenever you hear thrombosis, especially of Victor Wembanyama, you were talking about this yesterday, Chip, his health. That's what scares you the most. And even though this isn't a leg or foot injury, it just makes you wonder, man. Like the only guy in the All-Star game playing hard, he gets back to Texas, and now he's out for the season, which I'm all about being messy, and I'm all about, conspiracy theories and stuff. Spurs, they're not tanking, but they're going for a lottery pick. Now, the player that affects the game probably more than anybody in the association is out for the year. You're sitting at the number 10 spot in the Western Conference. Feels like a little deja vu with 1997, where David Robinson had to miss the end of the season or miss majority of the season, and they got old big fundamental. The rest was history. So Spurs fans, that's something to look at, to flip a negative into a positive, because our boy Randy, he jumped on early. He was the first comment on some petty stuff. Go Rockets. I knew exactly what that meant. Victor Wembanyama being out for the year. But, yeah, it's a tough blow. He'll be back next season. Let's see what happens. Yeah, 12th. Thank you, Joe. 12th in the West right now. Cooper Flag sweepstakes. Like, I wasn't very high on Cooper Flag before the season. He sold me. That white boy could hoop. That dude, he's got game, man. Just turned 18 years old. I've been very impressed with his development because he does everything for Duke. And the biggest thing for me, I didn't know he could shoot the ball. He's a solid three-point shooter. Good handle, good passer, great defender. Like, has a lot of Andre Karolinko when it comes to his defense. I don't know who the comparison would be offensively. He does just a little bit of everything, and CB, John Shire ain't gonna let Cooper Flag come back. That's one of those, we don't have a scholarship for you, bruh. I heard him say that too in a recent interview. There ain't no scholarship for you, Cooper. I don't think John Shire, he would do that to him. He's going to make too much money. But, yeah, like tanking for Cooper Flag, I'm not a tanking guy, but that wouldn't be the dumbest thing.
Well, we just talked about this yesterday. It's crazy. We were talking about how Kristaps Porzingis played 72 games his first year in the league. And then he played 66 his second year in the league, 48 his third year in the league. Victor Wembanyama played 71 games his rookie year and will have played 46 games in year 2. So, this is not a foot injury. I don't think you would associate this blood clot in his shoulder with being 7'3". This just could be I don't think we know what caused it, right? I mean, a lot of times you don't know. They tell you if you're sitting for a long period of time, if you're driving your car for a long period of time, take breaks, because you can form a blood clot or thrombosis from, your circulation being cut by sitting for too long. And so you got to get up and keep your circulation going. And that's why they say if you're on a long flight, walk up and down the aisle every hour so that you're, or wear compression socks, because a lot of times these blood clots form, you don't even know they're there, and then they move, they spread. And it's scary.
Yeah.
So, best best of luck to Victor Wembanyama. Contrary to Kawhi Leonard, who thought the Spurs had a bunch of quacks running their medical staff, that they'll get him the best medical attention, right, Zay?
Yeah, Kawhi, his camp versus the Spurs and their team didn't see eye to eye, like at all. That was so toxic and nasty, man. Like now Spurs fans can't stand Kawhi, which whoever was hating on Lance Taylor and his 05 Tahoe, which I don't even know if that's the car that he drives, but somebody is assuming that it is. Kawhi was rocking like a 97 Suburban when he got to the league. Like, I feel like he has another car since then, but hey, man, car's a car. Gets you around. That's the point of it. You can't hate on somebody for the vehicle that they drive. At least they got a car. A lot of folks out here, carless. Can't even do Uber or Lyft or nothing. So, yeah, I feel for Victor Wembanyama. Knowing the Spurs, they would get the lottery pick for the number 1 spot. Just knowing the luck that they have, like, and Cooper Flagg, he couldn't be more of a Spurs player. Like, that fits completely. Like, that dude, yeah, CB might be the coldest white player in the minute. Telling you, that guy's just, he does everything for Duke. And for him to be that young, very impressive.
See, this is just wrong. This is just wrong. Well, here's the deal. If the Spurs end up winning the lottery, then it will come almost 30 years to the 30 years on the dot when they got Tim Duncan.
Yeah. Well, that was 1997 draft. Tim Duncan was a rookie first team All-NBA player. Like, what? I remember when they were asking Jordan, because that was Jordan's last dance year. And they were asking Jordan, like, who's going to be the next face of the league when this is over for you? Like, who's the second best player in the league? And he was like, yo, that dude from San Antonio is different. That guy is special.
If you can believe this. So when I was working for the Associated Press at the time, and our San Antonio correspondent went on maternity leave. Sorry. And so I went to San Antonio for 6 months. This was when Greg Popovich fired Bob Hill, drafted Tim Duncan, and the San Antonio Express newspaper ran a popularity poll for Greg Popovich, and 62% disapproved of Greg Popovich firing Bob Hill and taking over as coach. And I remember interviewing Popovich at the time, and he was much more conciliatory, easier to get along with at that time because he was trying to win people over. And so he and I are talking, and we finish up our interview, and he says to me, he goes, Tim Duncan's going to be a Hall of Famer. I'm just telling you. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, sure, coach. Whatever you say.
5 rings later,
Yo.
Greg Popovich was right.
Yeah.
Popovich, you probably don't even remember that. You were only, 3 years old?
I was a little older than that. I was probably the 99 championship was probably the first ring NBA-wise that I really knew what was going on. Like the Memorial Day shot, Sean Elliott basically straddling the line, knocking that 3 down over Rasheed Wallace. Like that was one of the bigger shots that I could first remember my long love for sports starting around that era. So, yeah, Jared Jackson, obviously the Admiral. Oh, Avery, our boy Avery Johnson doing this thing, knocking down big shots. Knocking down that
money.
corner shot and gets the New York Knicks. So I was
Avery,
like,
what was it like playing with Tim Duncan and David Robinson together?
It was a dream, champ. You know, you got to feed both of the guys. They play so well off each other and made my job easy. You know, Pop. I just had to go play defense and play hard. But, you know, all these young guys that we play with, I needed that toward the end of my career, baby.
Where is he from?
He's from New Orleans.
Oh, my God.
He's from, Louisiana. Maybe not New Orleans, but he's from Louisiana.
No,
That's
you're
where
right.
that country's. Yeah.
From Nolens.
Is that Mike Tyson or Avery Johnson?
I love it.
Yo,
I love
I'm
it.
horrible at impressions. Horrible, but I think I'm good though. Like
Yeah, you're good.
I feel
You're
like
good,
I'm
Avery.
pretty good, but then I know I'm not the best. I know there's a lot better than me. But that's that New Orleans twang that Avery be rocking.
Wasn't it Bob Hill that he fired? I don't think it was Greg.
That was before my time.
All right, it wasn't like the Spurs were going to do anything anyway. Yeah, Bob Hill. It wasn't like the Spurs were going to do anything anyway this year, Zay. So if you're De'Aaron Fox, you're like, uh-oh.
And for the long haul, De'Aaron.
Yep.
Like, De'Aaron's back in Texas. He's a Houston kid. Like, nah, you ain't got many games left. Show up, put them numbers up to make yourself look good, and then.
Do they have him under contract, or is his contract about to expire?
I don't know. That's a good question. I feel like that was the issue with Sacramento. Like, they didn't want to pay him the super max, which could get up to $300 million. And they're like, we got to let this guy go before we get him for nothing, or we get rid of him for nothing. So I think the Spurs are going to have to deal with whatever that contract may be. But
he signed a 5-year, $163 million contract. In 21-22. So he's got one more year after this. And then he would be an unrestricted free agent in the 26-27 season.
Yeah, they want him for the long haul. They should. The dude's really good. Like, I love De'Aaron Fox's game. Crazy fast, crazy athletic, has gotten a lot better with his jump shot, has gotten a lot better with his point guard skills. Like, the dude's, I don't know what he'll be worth then, but for a person to put next with Victor Wembanyama, I think De'Aaron Fox is a good person to pair with that. You just got to see how it works, and it sucks because they won't have that camaraderie due to Victor Wembanyama being out for the rest of the year with this blood clot problem. That's the thing. Like, it could go left or right for Victor Wembanyama. I'm praying that it goes right, clearly, that it's a Brandon Ingram situation who was just out for 6 to 7 months, got back, and now he just got paid up there in Toronto, a buku contract, and he's doing just fine. But Chris Bosh had to leave the game because it kept coming up, kept being reoccurring. And you're just like, damn. And
it's scary.
Yeah, it's terrifying. And both of those guys, or all three of those guys, are on the taller, skinnier side. I don't know if that has to do with anything. But yeah, it's terrifying. And you feel for Victor Wembanyama because I'm sure this is the first major injury that he's had to dealt with when it comes to his professional career, which he's been a pro for a really long time, coming from France.
Yeah. He's young. This is like, that rocket just lifted off. It's just getting into the, just getting out of the atmosphere, getting ready to orbit. And it's like, got to bring you back down. We got to refuel the rocket.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, man. We haven't talked about this much. James McIndoe, coming from Oklahoma State. What is his role going to be now that he's on the coaching staff for the University of Texas?
Well, I think he's going to be an analyst, but all members of the football staff can coach. So, he's a former teammate of Jeff Banks. So I think he'll, help out with special teams. I think he'll help out with the run game because he coached what they call the cowboy back at Oklahoma State, which is like their fullback H-back. So if Texas is looking at putting in a fullback from time to time, he would certainly be a guy who has ideas about that. So I think he'll be an analyst, but he'll help out. He'll probably have ideas about how to run the ball in tight quarters, which would certainly help in the red zone.
Yeah.
So
what's analyst getting paid? I mean, obviously it depends, but what's the range for an analyst at Texas?
Usually they're catching guys who have been let go somewhere else, who might be getting paid by that other school, like Paul Christ. When Paul Christ got fired from Wisconsin was still paying him. So he didn't, they probably paid him $150,000 like they paid Patterson. But that's about what the rate is for a high-end analyst, probably like, $150,000, maybe it's $200,000 with the cost of inflation. But then some analysts are making $80,000 to $100,000, depending on where they are in the pecking order, if they're up and coming or proven.
Okay. See, that's what I told CC, man. I had to tell my pops, like, yo, man, for RT, who knows what's going to happen? But they need help, pops. Go down there and be an analyst or something. Get broken off a high 5 figures. Can't hurt. But nah, him and my mama, they going on vacation and stuff. They trying to enjoy retirement. But I know it's in them. I know that hunger that my pops has for the game of basketball and the competitive nature that he has. I know that ain't never going away. So I'm sure RT would welcome that, especially with their relationship. But them numbers that you're throwing out there couldn't hurt.
Yeah. I mean,
obviously it's different at the basketball level than it is at the football level because there are so many moving pieces in the game of football, but still, that's a good gig. I would leave Stillwater too. If I was a position coach in Stillwater to take an analyst job at Texas, I'm out of here.
Listen, the abilities of Mike Gundy to win consistently in Stillwater is impressive, because if you've ever been to Stillwater, it's kind of out there. You're like, 45, 50 minutes outside of Oklahoma City. And I've driven around Stillwater. Nice campus at Oklahoma State, but that's it. It is Oklahoma State University and Eskimo Joe's in that little road that Eskimo Joe's is on, that little fun entertainment district. If you even call it that, it's about a 2-block area, but Eskimo Joe's is legit. So there's not a lot going on in Stillwater. So kudos to Mike Gundy. I know he had a crash landing this past season, and we just aren't used to seeing that from him, especially after playing for the Big 12 title. The year before, with all those starters returning, everybody was like, Oklahoma State, they could be a dark horse for the college football playoff. They went record scratch.
Yeah.
It was rough.
Yeah, I don't even know what Ollie Gordon's stats were this year. Like, we were all going to give him Doak Walker Award, and Ashton Genty came out of nowhere and stole that thing.
Ollie Gordon, his season, he had 190 carries for 880 yards.
Damn, they didn't even get a foul?
4.6 yards a carry, 13 touchdowns. The year before, he had 285 carries, 1,732 yards rushing, 6.1 a carry, 21 touchdowns. So,
I'm telling you, things could change in 1 year, bro. Yeah, he does have a lot of punk in him, to what CB's referring to. You remember he throw that hissy fit Big 12 championship game. Oh, man, throwing his helmet down and stuff. Like, yo, just take this ass whooping and move on. Like, I don't know what you expected, bro. Like, Javondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, these guys ain't playing with you. Like,
to quote Sam Ellinger to Kyler Murray, take that L, Bizzle.
Yeah, take that L, bro. Like, that bad juju led to the next year. Thought he was all high and mighty. I'm sure he gripped the hell out of Oklahoma State when it came to the NIL circuit. Like, the leverage that he had after that season, he was like, y'all better boost these numbers up or I'm gone. And Oklahoma State, they caved and got him his money. And what did he give them? Half of what he did the year before. Like, I know they're pissed. Them boosters, I know they were pissed. Hell, got Gundy fired because of things like that. Cold world.
Hey, what do you talk about?
I mean, where Gundy at now?
He's still at Oklahoma State.
Is he really? I thought he got let go.
No.
Oh, man.
But
okay. You on that hot seat, man?
It was a rough year. I mean, if you're Arkansas, I remember watching that Arkansas game, second week of the season, and Arkansas had to do like 5 things wrong to lose that game, and they did all 5 things wrong. They lost 39-31 in double overtime, and then Oklahoma State goes on to lose their last 9 games. They lost to K-State 42-20. They lost to West Virginia at home 38-14. They lost to everybody. They lost to Colorado in Boulder 52-0 in the last game of the season. 52-0.
Yeah, it's ugly. Okay, they reduced his salary. That's what happened. Reduced his salary, reduced his buyout. Okay, so you're right. He's still there, but I knew something negative happened. But like, we ain't giving you all this money, bro.
Well,
we no, after that, no. He be wilding too. Like Gundy, he be acting like his ish don't stink. He ain't 40 no more. You can't use that. I'm a man. I'm 40. Nah, not no more. You been here for a long time, bro.
I'm a man. I'm 40. Oh my God. That was so long ago.
Yeah.
Man, where does the time go?
Flies.
Where's the time go?
It Flies.
Where's that time go?
Yeah. He lucky Boone still ain't alive to be on his ass.
Boone was
Boone
like,
boy.
get me that Big 12 title before I die. Didn't happen. Like Boone, God bless him. Boone's like, I'm giving you $365 million. Can I get one conference title? Can you beat OU?
And you beat Oklahoma. Who's this Lincoln Riley guy?
Oh my gosh. Gundy's record against OU 3-14. Boone's like, hey, can you beat the Sooners for me quick before I have to watch you from the skybox?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I've
never.
Oh,
Love Boone Pickens. That guy was. He was the honey badger. He didn't give an F.
yeah.
He's like, I'm doing what I'm doing. They used to call him a green mailer because he would act like he was going to buy a company, and then that company's stock would go up. And of course, Boone would have bought the stock before he acted like he was going to buy a company. Then the stock would go up, Boone would sell, and then he wouldn't buy the company. And they called that green mailing. And Boone didn't give a F.
That sounds like a businessman to me.
Yeah. If I got the money to make y'all think I'm about to buy a company and y'all think that's good, you bid up the stock? Well, then I've done something right in my life.
Yeah. Gundy's scared of Oklahoma. When they asked him about that game being played again, Bedlam, he was like, well, it is what it is. Like, nah, bro, don't run from the smoke just because your record's trash. Embrace that. I'd want him now if I was him. Like, Oklahoma is the toughest time they've been in a minute. Like, Brent Venables, talk about that seat being on fire. Yeah, you better get it together, Brent. I don't know what's my man's name from Washington State, quarterback? John Mater? How you pronounce his name?
John Mateer.
Mateer. Oh, Mateer.
John Mateer.
Yeah, he's supposed to be the savior. We'll see. But this is the time you want him. If you Mike Gundy, you don't want to run from it. How you going to call yourself a competitor and not want that game? That game's good for college football. Like, the state of Oklahoma, they ain't got much. Like, I mean, just keeping it real. They ain't got much. Like, at least embrace that game a little bit. But no, SEC, Big 12, I get it. But also, come on, Mike Gundy, support that game. Try to get it played. Since he's going to stay there, I don't know why. They just keeping him there. I guess he got to the Big 12 championship last year, but damn, that's a long time to be out of school, man.
Yeah. It's a hard job. I mean, that's why I was like, what on earth happened with Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State? He was in the Big 12 championship. He figured out his running game. Ollie Gordon's back. 3-9? After practically averaging 9.5, almost 10 wins a season for a while. I always thought the job Gundy did at Oklahoma State was underrated. I know he can be a bit of a blowhard, but typically he says a lot of what people are thinking. And I remember having him on the radio, and I feel like he came on the radio with us because I'd always get him on after spring football. And he came on with us, and the radio stations in Oklahoma City made such a big deal about him coming on with us in Austin that Gundy just stopped doing radio except for his Sirius XM obligation in his contract. And I was like, this sucks because Gundy's good on the radio.
Yeah.
Like he says stuff. He speaks his mind. Everyone's seen him at Big 12 media days spouting off. He ain't scared. He'll mix it up with everybody. And it is weird that the team that has won the most consecutive games in Austin against Texas is Oklahoma State. They won 5, 6 games in a row.
Damn.
Let me tell you exactly what it is, Zay.
Yeah, do we have to go back? Like, this was a tough time.
It was a
This
tough
was
time.
a very down bad time for Texas football.
It was a down bad, tough time. All right, you ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. From 2010 through 2017. And that last loss was that was under Charlie. It was a defensive masterpiece. They held Mason Rudolph and all that firepower that they had at the time to 10 points. And it went to overtime because the offense, Sam Ehlinger's freshman year, they couldn't. It was a 3-and-out-a-thon. And then they get to overtime. And remember, Sam threw an interception in overtime when he could have just thrown it out of bounds and kicked a field goal to keep it going because all Oak State had done was kick a field goal in the first overtime. But, yeah. That's the game where Gundy walked off the field and said, their punter almost beat us by himself. Talking about Michael Dixon. If you go back and look at his stats in that game, it was ridiculous. Dixon was unbelievable. Hell, Dixon won a bowl game MVP.
That's impressive, but also a joke at the same time.
Right? When have you ever heard of a punter winning a bowl game MVP?
Never.
Michael Dixon. Let's hope he's getting his massages from his wife or something.
From the same one he's had since Texas, his rookie year, someone that he could trust. Yeah, you just need one, fellas. Just get one, stick with them, be respectful.
Yeah.
Again, allegedly, Justin Tucker, we're beating this, bro.
Right. Allegedly.
Man down. Allegedly. Innocent till proven guilty. My man Jay Tuck and CB, stop sending me that picture of Justin Tucker and Deshaun Watson via AI shaking hands. I'm tired of seeing that. It's not the same. That's not the same. CB sent me that picture like 3 times, man. I can't do it. No, Rob, stop, man. Please. Be positive. Come on. Like, we can't. I'm not accepting it. I'm not doing it. I gotta see.
Head coach with him.
I gotta see it. They can't do my man Justin Tucker like this. Ain't no way. 16 though. 16's a lot. 16's a lot.
For those asking who the new University of Texas interim president, Jim Davis, he was the chief operating officer, vice president and chief operating officer at Texas. He was previously Deputy Attorney General under Ken Paxton. So, yeah, there you go. He
So
takes
it's
over.
just interim or what?
Yeah, interim.
Okay.
So they'll do a national search, and they will, send out a puff of white smoke when they've got a new president.
Okay.
All right,
How long is that going to take? Before we get to the mention, how long is that going to take?
It typically is like 3 months.
How long has it been since Jay Hartzell left?
Well, he doesn't. Then they kind of expedited his step down. He was going to step down in June, and I think they've moved that up. So,
damn, you let the man sell his house and take care of a few things. Like, a part of me gets it, but I feel like Jay Hartzell, he should be able to. Now, if SMU's calling for him early, then that's a little different. But they trying to kick him out. We agreed to June. Like, let it be June. Let him have some fun. Let him eat, some good barbecue and Tex-Mex. I mean, you could get that in Dallas, but in the ATX, it's different. Like, let him have his farewell tour. They said, nah, get your ass out, Jay. You ain't one of us no more. You gotta leave early. That's a little cold, don't you agree?
I mean, it's kind of like when Texas was trying to get out of the Big 12 to the SEC, everybody's ready to move on. So he actually, in this email to the UT community, he said he'll remain on the active faculty until May 31st. So I guess he's still, stepping down in June, but yeah.
Okay.
So Jim Davis, he was the vice president for legal affairs under Greg Fenves previously. So he's been at the university since 2018. So that is.
Could Jim win the job though?
I'll have to check on that.
Okay, yeah. Check on that. Talk to your terrific sources that you always getting stuff and let us know, because Jim should get a shot.
Well, Hartzell got the job from interim.
Yeah.
Hartzell had been the head of the Macomb School Business, and they ended up, he was interim, and then they made him, of course, he took over the job in the summer of social unrest, right after the William Floyd and then the Eyes of Texas brouhaha. I mean, Jay Hartzell earned the job with his handling of that summer. So,
yeah,
they're like, man, anyone who can get us through all that, got to give him the job.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, a little less stressful for Jim Davis, I feel like, but we'll see.
Yeah.
See if he can earn his keep.
Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be interesting times. Let's get into it in the chip shot. First, let's get a couple mentions in here though. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go. It's real simple. Here's Here's what you do.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
Old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
Oh, there's that little sneaky repeat. Hey, and if you're, hungry, looking for a great place to go hang out with friends, I went to Cover 3 today for lunch, had the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Fantastic. Love dipping it in the horseradish, the Parmesan fries. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Get over to Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and Cover 2, 183 in Lake Creek. The Chop House Burger, I mean, come on. The food is amazing. The $7 social hour menu and brunch on the weekends. Be thinking about brunch at Cover 3 this weekend. And for all my snorers out there, and possibly sufferers of sleep apnea, let me tell you about the Sleep Cycle Center, because I am someone who is directly affected by sleep apnea, and the Sleep Cycle Center is money. It's the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care and screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues, such as sleep apnea. If you're keeping your wife awake or she's asking you to sleep in another bedroom, then you definitely need to get to the Sleep Cycle Center. Their focus is to educate you on what's going on with your body, provide all possible treatment options, and get you to where you're sleeping soundly. Because if you're snoring, there's a good chance you're waking yourself up and you're not getting a great night's sleep, and you may not even know it. That's why the sleep test is so important. I'm not kidding about that. That's why I am so wholeheartedly endorsing the Sleep Cycle Center, because they are going to get you right. And right now, you mentioned that you heard about the Sleep Cycle Center on Texas Sports Unfiltered. When you reach out, you'll get $100 off your sleep study or weight loss program. 2 great locations in Austin, in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway, and they're in network with most medical insurances. Go to sleepcyclecenter.com for more information and to book your appointment. And remember to tell them you heard about them on Texas Sports Unfiltered so that you get your $100 off. All right, Zay. So we got a lot going on. We got no spring football game. Sark told us that on Say Hey Kay Adams or whatever. Wake Up with Kay Adams.
Up in Adams.
Up in Adams. You can check that interview out
Right.
on YouTube. Kay Adams was in Austin today for that interview. No spring game. Sarkeesian got the raise. The details of his raise have now been made public. Steve Sarkeesian was going to make $10.4 million in 25. He's now going to make $10.8 million. Then in 26, he makes $11.05 million. In 27, he makes $11.3 million. In 28, he makes $11.55 million. In 29, he makes 11.8 million. In 2030, he makes 12.05 million. And in 2031, he makes 12.3 million. Price of doing business has gone up. And Steve Sarkeesian benefited from having his first trip, Texas's first ever trip to the college football playoff, right when Nick Saban announces he's retiring. And Sark becomes an instant candidate at Alabama, so Texas has to pony up, taking him. Remember, back then he was making $5 million and doubled it to $10.3 million this past season. But he had a $300,000 bonus in there, so he really made $10.6 million. But his base salary was $10.3. His base salary for next year was supposed to be $10.4. Now it's $10.8. And now it's jumping up $250,000 every year instead of $100,000. So there you have it. Steve Sarkeesian going to have lots of, he doesn't strike me as a guy who spends a whole lot of money, although I think he has a really fancy.
He had that Dior jacket today, man. I know that one's cheap.
That's probably L'Oreal getting him into all that high fashion.
Okay, but
Sarkeesian probably. Cheap. Oh no, I know. But what I'm saying is, if Sarkeesian was like a single guy, he'd probably be wearing Costco sweaters. You know what I mean? Nah, I'm kidding. Maybe he's a big shopper. I need to ask him. I need to say, hey, you like to shop? You a clothes horse? Or is this all from Lolo? You know what I'm saying?
Lolo, like that?
Yeah.
No,
not that Lolo.
Lolo, I know. We know which Lolo you're talking about, but to be with her, you better look the part, because them Costco outfits that you're talking about, nah, with L'Oreal Sarkeesian, bro. If you're going to have her on your arm, you better come with it. You better come with the latest drip, as to what these kids say. Like, you got to be on top of everything. The kicks, the coats, sports jackets, the suits, everything has to be top tier. You're going to make sure he gets right. So, yeah, that's that raise. I could go to that a little bit, but you're right. I'm sure Sark really smart about his money. And plus, you got to be that. Now you got these young men that you're responsible for. You can't be out blowing the bag. What does that mean for the guys you got coming in, making that NIL money? Hell, you've said our boy Xavier Worthy's been blowing that rookie bag.
Burning it.
Good. Burning it.
Just setting it on fire.
Let X live, man.
Just take 100,000 and put it in an IRA so you got something left at the end, dog.
No, bro.
What do you mean no?
You only live once. Blow that bag.
Go get some more of those Jordans and chains, and
get the ice, the balloon.
Make sure you got all the ice you need.
Yeah, chicks love that. Like, come on, you're in the league. You got to put on. You probably got to pay for the rookie meal.
You don't even like his taste anyway.
I don't.
The dude's burning his money up buying crappy clothes, according to you.
The suit that I saw where he had
you said he looked like a clown.
I didn't say all that. No, I didn't say like a clown, but I wouldn't.
You were laughing.
I was laughing. The suits are a little crazy, but again, I'm not 21 years old. I'm not 22 years old. That's passed me by a long shot. So I don't like to hate too much on what these kids are wearing nowadays, because I'm sure that I was hated on by a few old heads with what I was wearing back in 2011, 2012. You dig? So I get it, X, but yeah, he does need to save some of the money. Like, I just got to be smart with it. See, Israel being petty, man. This is necessary, Israel. That buy a run game.
Let's hope so.
Got Chad Scott. Chad Scott coming in. That's what
That's
Chad
Scott, baby.
For.
That's where I was about to go next in the chip shot. I mean, look at all the stuff we got going. No spring game. Sark's got new money, and he's got a new running backs coach, Chad Scott. Get over to Horns 24/7 and check out the in-depth profile I did on Chad Scott. Talking to Drew Fabianich, the former GM at West Virginia. He was the GM under Neil Brown. And Neil Brown got let go at the end of the year. They brought in Rich Rodriguez, which to me is the dumbest hire I think I've ever seen. Because Rich Rod, that is like trying to rekindle a marriage that succeeded 30 years ago. I mean, seriously, talk about that would be like, bringing back Mac Brown to be the coach.
Wow.
Yeah, because he won a national championship. It's like, let's bring him back. You know what I mean? It's like, no. Has Rich Rodriguez shown he can adapt to? He's been at like little bitty schools since he got fired at Michigan. So I don't know. I just feel like, and good for him. I mean, Rick Neuheisel can't get a job. Houston Nutt can't get a job, but Rich Rodriguez can get a job. Like, hey. Houston Nutt beat that ass everywhere he's been. Like, he beat Texas when he was at Arkansas. He beat SEC teams he shouldn't have beat when he was at Ole Miss. That dude can coach, motivate. Anyway, don't get me started. But yeah, Chad Scott, new running backs coach. Love the hire. Sarkeesian on Up and Adams also talked about Arch Manning. He even talked about Luka Doncic, for crying out loud. He talked about Bill Belichick to North Carolina. So he said, I was in California at the time the trade happened, and I was like, typical Lakers. This is what the Lakers do. When I first got the breaking news on social media, I was like, this is like a joke, right? And then was like, holy crap, this is real. And Luka is a Laker, and we didn't give up LeBron. Like, this is great. So, yeah.
Luka looked like crap yesterday. I'll tell you that. You know, my man Quad, he is a Luka hater, and he going to let us know. I watched that game too, Quad. Luka was getting torched on the defensive end. There was one play, LaMelo Ball had him on an island in clutch time, and I hope Luka's icing them ankles because they were exposed yesterday with the move LaMelo Ball put on him. LeBron missing game winners, Rui Hachimura going 0 for 2 from the free throw line in clutch time. So still got some kinks you got to iron out if you're the Lakers with Luka, but he does not look good right now in the Lakers uniform. And again, he's coming off that calf injury, but with everything that we've seen from Nico Harrison, and everybody wants to put the blame on Nico. Nico saw something that we didn't. And what I've seen these first few games from Luka, it ain't nothing to write home about. It's nothing impressive at all. Turning the ball over, which chemistry, when you're with a new team, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. But the defense was trash. And what I saw last night, still trash. And that's going to continue to be a problem because all the Hornets did, Chip, was ISO him out. Whoever he was guarding, come set a ball screen so we could get that switch with LaMelo Ball. Once we get the switch, attack Luka's ass. And that was the game yesterday against the Hornets, who people forget they tried to trade Dalton Connect and a few picks with Mark Williams on the other side of the Hornets. Didn't go through because Mark Williams failed his physical. Mark Williams looked all right yesterday, if you ask me. He looked healthy. So I don't know what happened with that physical situation, but Yeah.
Well, okay, real quick, last thing, we'll go to the right call. Sark talked about Arch Manning on Up and Adams this morning. He said the biggest thing real quarterback's job is to instill belief in his teammates, instill belief in the coaches, instill belief in an organization, and then instill belief in a fan base. Arch does all those things, and it's not because of the name on the back of his jersey. It's who he is on a regular basis. I'll tell you what, Sark's good with the quotes, man. He's good with the quotes. He said, K. Adams asked him, how do you manage the expectations for Arch Manning? And he said, it's a good thing for us. He's a grounded young man. He's not a big social media guy. He's not a guy who sits on his phone and thumbs Instagram and X and whatever we call that stuff now. He's really just about, what do I need to do? How do I be a good teammate? What can I do extra to get myself better? But in the end, I think leaning into my experience of coaching a lot of Heisman hopefuls and a couple guys who have won Heismans, I've had my fair share of top 10 draft picks. I think leaning into that type of stuff for him is like, we know I'm where I'm supposed to be. So,
yeah.
How about Sark?
His brother Hyde told us that he don't even be taking the phone out when they go restaurants and hang out and stuff. He's like, dude, where your phone? He's like, I left it.
Right. He's like, will you call the Uber? And Arch is like, I don't have my phone.
Yeah.
So Hyde's like, oh, great. I got to pay for the Uber. My brother just signed a Red Bull deal and I'm paying for the Uber.
Yeah. You paying for dinner. That's for sure. If I'm high, like you always paying for dinner. Like, I don't know what you think this is, but yeah. I get it, Arch, man. You big time. You got to get away from it.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. But first, got to get to some of these terrific sponsors and mentions here, like McCall Custom Homes. When it comes to renovating your home, trust the experts. Don't trust the guys that got to go to YouTube or don't have much experience in the game. Trust the guys that have been doing it in the Austin area for over 40 years, and that's McCall Custom Homes. Family owned and operated. It's all about quality. It's all about craftsmanship. They take their job seriously. Our boy Mike, we absolutely love the crew at McCall Custom Homes, the father and son duo, 50 years of combined experience, and they will take your existing home and turn it into something truly special. And again, they're Austinites. They are from the area. They get it. They get the market. They understand these homes. They understand what work you need done, whether it's your kitchen, your bathroom, your living room, doesn't matter. They will take care of you. And if you want to see for yourself, go to Facebook or Instagram and search for at McCall Custom Homes and hit our boy Mike up at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580, or shoot him an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com, or go to their new website, mccallcustomhomes.atx.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. And Covert BK, family owned and operated for over 100 years. They do a terrific job, especially when it comes to their outstanding service. The satisfaction for customers is absolutely terrific. And hey, take a look for yourself.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Check out their latest specials and inventory on covertbcave.com. Wife and I, we are Covert Bee Cave people. Y'all should know that by now, but we're always going to let you know about it because that's how much we trust Covert Bee Cave. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And Leaf Landscape Supply, if you're looking for terrific decoration for your patio or inside of your home, apartment, whatever, go to the guys that do it right at Leaf Landscape Supply. Full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Go visit both of their locations up north off of Pond Springs and down south off of Monterey Oaks and 290. Trendy house plants, collection of specialty plants, rare plants. They're your one-stop shop for everything you need to fulfill any type of landscaping job with their large quantities of supplies. And if you want to check out what they have to offer, go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go in and you make a purchase, let them know. Say Collier told you about it at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. Can't beat that. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. All right, Chip, a couple of things for the right call today. So our boy Carson Beck has had an interesting first few months down there at South Beach. We all know Carson Beck transferred from Georgia to Miami, got paid, especially when it comes to this NIL game. And Carson Beck's doing well for himself. He has a Lamborghini and a Mercedes-Benz that were jacked. Say what?
And a Cavender.
Yeah, and Cavender. Yeah, and a Cavender on the side. But those cars that he had, jacked, gone, stolen yesterday, and still gone. They also stole old Cavender's SUV too. Oh, Hannah Cavender. So that
was a planned out hit.
Oh yeah. You can't tell me some of these wild boys down there in Atlanta ain't a little salty about Carson Beck leaving to say, yo, we got to get our get back somehow. Like, he got them cars from Georgia most likely, so we got to get them back. Repoed? I mean, not repoed, but stolen. Hotwired something. Yeah. Like Carson, I mean, I don't know what you could do, bro. You got a better security system on your vehicles, but he got. I don't know where they were parking, but like you said, it seems like a planned out job, man. It seems like some Nicolas Cage Gone in 60 Seconds type of situation here. So hope it all works out for Carson Beck. Hope he gets his cars back. They already found Cavender's car, so she's good. But the Lamborghini, the Benz, Carson Beck, he riding the bike right now. He taking Ubers. He on the bus. That's an interesting look for a guy that's worth millions due to all this NIL money that he's gotten these last few years. So we'll see what happens there. All right, another story that we were talking about the other day. What's Jeanie Buss's husband's name? That's your homeboy? Moore? Is it John? Jay Moore. Yes.
Jay Moore.
Buss. Yeah, your boy Jay Moore, who is with Jeanie Buss, my girl Jeanie Buss. You better take care of her, Jay. That's all I'm trying to say. But Jeanie Buss, owner of the Los Angeles Lakers, took it over from her dad, Jerry Buss, legendary family. Her and Moore, she sleeps on the third floor. He sleeps on the first floor, but they're together. Here's her explaining it and talking about it in a recent interview, because we talked about this and we're wondering why. Here's why.
We obviously spent time with you and Jay yesterday. So explain the living situation setup.
Okay, everybody is going to want to live exactly the same way.
It does sound kind of amazing.
Right now we live in a building that has 3 units. So I live on the top floor and Jay lives on the first floor. And so there's, a couple that live in between us. So we live together. We're at the same address, except I'm unit 3 and he's unit 1. We don't really want to change anything because, I like my space and I have my schedule and he likes his space and he has his schedule. But I can take the elevator down in my slippers and, hang out a little bit and go back up. And I would recommend it to any couple that feels the same way.
It's like, all right, I'm gonna go upstairs. Like, okay. I mean, we see each other every morning, every afternoon, and every night. When you're home alone in your bed, it's like, the guys are gross. Like, we just make sounds. Like, we sweat, the sheets get all wrinkly and weird. It's like, oh, just let her sleep like a princess or a Barbie still in the box. Like, she doesn't need to be subjected to me in my, wrestling sweatpants, just belching in my,
It's weird.
What?
I'm sorry,
Nah.
They tried to justify it, but it's weird. I don't know. Like, I can't. I still don't understand it. Like, I'm sure more people do it besides them, but I'm farting in front of Jeanie Buss. Like, you talking about being nasty. I'm sweating. She getting all of it. You got to love me for me. Like, the nasty comes with it. Like, we're guys. Like, it's going to happen. You're going to slip one out every once in a while. You're going to crop dust her every once in a while. That's just what it is. Like, take it or leave it. I don't understand this. This is a weird thing. She's fine as hell. You can't tell me nothing. Like, she's fine as hell, but I don't know where Chip went. Let's bring on Patrick and Matt. What was that Irish goodbye? What the hell was that?
Oh, man, Chip just bounced on you, man.
Bounced, man. Like, I don't know what. So unprofessional. Like, give me a heads up. Like,
4 o'clock. I am out of here. I got things to do. I'm talking about Jeanie Buss. Man, I love that in 2025, Jeanie Buss still can't read the room. I think every couple should have 2 places. Man, we're trying to afford 1. And you're like, no, we are in a building with three places. Like, oh, so you have a floor. Don't say you have an apartment. You have a floor of a building. And so you have a floor. Your boyfriend has a floor. And for whatever reason, you thought, well, that will sound like regular people because there's another couple in here. It's like, that other couple. You know who they are. And they're fine being there. You're like, who's the other couple? It's like Rob Pelinka or somebody.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like some Jack Nicholson or something like that. Like, what are we doing? Like,
I just love that one. That's not a good, idea in 2025. Everyone, look, if you don't, sometimes you could spend some time at your summer house, or you go to your winter house, or you just go down to one of the many properties that you own, like everybody does in America, of course. We have problems like that. It feels a little off for that.
Yeah. Well, fellas, I'm gonna let y'all go. I know Patrick probably has a lot to say about the Victor Wembanyama situation and what's going on.
Try not to cry today. I'm just gonna try not to cry today. That's all.
Hey, David Robinson, 97. Look what happened there. So,
hey, man, capture the flag, baby. Capture the flag.
There we go.
That's what I was just about to say.
There we go. Matt, Patrick.
I appreciate you, Zay, man.
See y'all.
See you tomorrow, Zay. We appreciate you. Ready to get going here on Open Gym. Myself, Patrick Davis, along with a publisher there, the publisher on Texas Longhorns on SI, Matt Galatzan. He is with me every day talking sports here on Open Gym. We call it Open Gym because, we have different people hop on with us every once in a while. Matt stays with us for the most part, and then we also want to open it up to you guys as well on the chat and on the text line. On the show today, Sark did an interview with Kay Adams on Up and Adams. We want to get into that a little bit, talk about the news that came out of that. And yes, we'll get to the spring game and that big, that somewhat of a bombshell that was thought would happen. I thought it would take another year for it to get canceled, but yeah, we'll get into that. We'll talk about Chad Scott. We broke that a little bit yesterday, that was the name that it was trending towards. It was made official. We'll get into what that means for Texas going forward. We can also get into Todd McShay has done his first mock draft in over 2 years, I believe, since he was gone from ESPN. He is now teamed up with the Ringer and is doing one there. It's behind a paywall, but we have the paywall, so we're good to go. And we'll give you what he believes will happen in the draft. As Rob Babers used to say, he's a mock slut. Well, we get into the mock drafts. I enjoy doing it. We also talk some NBA. Of course, the Wemby news. Also, the NBA is in Austin tonight with the Spurs taking on the Suns. Big, feels like a big, fart in church on that one of Wemby not being there and the news breaking today. And it kind of took a little bit of the wind out of the sails of this game, but it's still going to be a fun game to watch tonight and see Kevin Durant back in Austin. So we'll talk about that and the second half of the NBA season as we get into where I think more and more people will start getting into the NBA a little bit more as we continue down this stretch of the second half of the season. It's about 30 games left, maybe 26 for some teams. It's like 25, 26 for some teams, up to 30 for some teams. So we'll get into that and what it means and where we're going to be. We'll also talk a little bit about the players who need to step up for Texas coming back into the season. We talked some about prospects. I want to get into some players like that if we have some time. And then maybe we'll mention about the Four Nations finals today. I keep hearing about it. I'm not a hockey guy, so I don't know much about it, but I want to see how much you guys care about it as well. So if we have time, we'll get into that before we get out of here. Also, just a note for anybody who is waiting for Texas baseball to start tomorrow. We were going to be the precursor to Texas baseball tomorrow. We're now coming on after Texas baseball tomorrow as they released today because of the weather. They are moving the game times for Texas baseball. So tomorrow, the home opener will be at 1 p.m. So if you have your tickets or you're planning to go down for the game, it is a 1 p.m. game tomorrow. So make concessions with school and work and wherever else you got to do to get down to the dish for the game coming up tomorrow, the season opener at 1 p.m. But they're trying to get, I think, where it's going to be a little bit warmer for people not being out there. And then also there should be some rain on Friday, Saturday. I think there's going to be some rain. So they're going to push back there. And then Saturday and Sunday are both noon games. So hopefully the sun will make it a little bit warmer if you don't have that. But let's get into the show and talk to our friend, Matt Galatzan. How you doing today, brother? Is this, I will tell you this. I feel like now, me laughing the little bit I did at Mavs fans, it's right back at me, man. That karma hit me fast, man. The karma hit Spurs fans fast.
Well, maybe this is for the best. I mean, look, you're not losing the guy for forever. You're not losing him to the team you hate the most in the NBA. He's just out for the rest of the season. As we'll talk about later if we get into it, they're 10th in lottery odds right now. So without Wemby, maybe they creep a little higher up. They get a better chance. And then, as you said in the crosstalk, capture the flag. So
capture the flag.
It might not be the worst thing in the world.
It might not, but we'll get into that in the NBA talk. But yes, I felt bad. And I'm just going to send this out as a warning to all Rockets fans. Bubble wrap your players real quick, because I know you were laughing at the Mavs too. Bubble wrap your players, because I don't know what player would be the worst for them to get hurt, though. That's weird. The Rockets just have so many players on that team. I don't know which one would really kill their season. It feels like a different team, but I'll get into that a little bit later when we get into some NBA talk. We'll start off with some Texas football. If you want to join the conversation, hop on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. We're live on there. You can jump in the chat on that or the text line 512-222-9328. And let's go into the first thing. I want to talk about the interview with Sark today. Not every interview with the head coach ends up being where you get a couple of bigger pieces of news. It was a pretty good interview. Kay Adams tends to get things out of people. She does a good job with that. So I want to just go through some different pieces of that. We'll start with basketball too, because that's where the interview started. Do you dislike Sark a little bit more that he was celebrating Luka going to the Lakers, Matt? Just personally? Just because
he's a Cali guy, so I get it. I'm not going to hold it against him.
I thought that was a rude check. He's like, again, read the room, Sark. You were coaching at Texas. You're supposed to be like, oh, it's a shame for all the Dallas fans out there. But he goes in that. But first, it starts off with the NFL interest, and he drops the line that this is the best job in America. He's sticking there. Clearly, when he goes out, we'll talk about Chad Scott in a minute coming over to Texas. This is a selling pitch that he is giving to people and his assistants when they're talking about leaving, and when he's trying to get guys to come in. He's talking about this being the best job in America, that he was, and at least what he's saying, not looking to move elsewhere, not looking to go elsewhere. And it ties someone into the extension, and he's got his extension. The numbers of that, I haven't seen them yet, but I know they got released today or just recently. Within the last 10 minutes, I saw that they got released, so I didn't see them before the show started. But you see the extension, and then he talks about, well, it's great that not only I'm getting help, but they're also taking care of my assistants so we can keep a staff together. I think when he talks about the best job in America, CDC plays into that. The city of Austin plays into that. But, being able to get in there and get what he wants done and keep the assistants he wants seems like a big deal. I mean, where do you look at of the best job in America for Texas being really a really good spot in a world where you can make close to, you're making NFL money in college now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to argue against what he's saying. If Texas is firing on all cylinders and they're where they're supposed to be, and they're successful and all the money's coming in, I can't think of a better job in America. Maybe Ohio State could have an argument for that. Alabama certainly was. Yeah, Alabama was certainly an argument for that when they had Nick Saban. But then again, you got to live in Alabama. I remember when I was applying for college back in the day, the first two schools I got into were Alabama and Auburn. And I went to my dad and I said, hey, I got into college. I got into Alabama and Auburn. He says, well, I hope you get in somewhere else because you're not going to school in the state of Alabama. So I was like, all right, that's fair. But yeah, I mean, look, if Texas has all the resources in the world, they have all the money in the world, they're the flagship program of the biggest state in America. It's really hard to argue against what he's saying. They can do anything they want if they put their mind to it. And there's a reason that when they have a successful coach and they go on successful runs, Darryl Royal, Mac Brown, they stay around for a long time because there's nowhere else they'd rather be.
Yeah, and it seems like this is a place where Sark seems happy. They're taking care of him well enough that he's okay staying in Texas. You want to hear that. He also talked about the culture and the culture of vulnerability. And this is a thing that I think he's been selling kind of the coaches, and we'll talk about it with Chad Scott again. This goes into that of coaches he's bringing in. He is preaching a new era style of coaching that I think has helped him be successful in an era with NIL, with the transfer portal, being a bit more open and creating an open dialogue with his players. It is about the emotions and, getting through a game, all of that. It plays very well into that. But I think in the NIL and transfer portal world, when you say we can talk about anything, so if you're getting other offers or if you're thinking about leaving or if there's a reason why you're upset here, we can talk about that before it gets to the point where you're already foot's out the door. We can talk before you start heading to that door. And I think it's been very effective for Texas, not really losing a ton of transfers. Of course, there's going to be, there's going to be some attrition every year when you're this type of team. People are not getting playing time they want. The NIL deals, they think they could get more elsewhere. I get all that. It's going to happen. But you're not getting those guys poached. Xavier Worthy almost got poached a couple of times, but he stayed. Now you have guys like Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons and players like that a lot of teams are going to be looking at and saying, we'll break the bank to bring you in because you're a game-changing player. And maybe even some guys behind that, like even a Colton Vasek right now still being at Texas, where, he's had some injuries that have kind of slowed him down. But there's a guy who's going to go to Oklahoma originally. Texas beats the crap out of Oklahoma in the Red River rivalry, and he ends up coming to Texas and staying in Austin. And all of a sudden, he went from being a star player who was going to go to a lot of people just getting in line, and his injuries put him back, but he's still there. I think that culture of vulnerability helps out in so many different ways. And him talking about it feels like he's dialing that in even more.
Yeah, this is something that I think is very special about Texas that you don't have a lot of other places. When you can go to your head coach and say that I'm not happy and I need this or I need that or I'm not happy with my role, he's actually going to listen to you instead of saying just shut up and get in line. Yeah. That's huge. And obviously there's going to be exceptions, right? There's going to be the Jonte Cooks who are kind of troublemakers and causing stinks. And then that ends up being a thing. But even in those cases, Sark's still going to kind of have your back a little bit and say, look, this was a mutual decision. We're not kicking him off the team. He's not leaving on, necessarily his own accord or whatever. We made a mutual decision that what's best for him. And that helps Jonte save some face. So when you can trust your coach and the coach trusts his players, that's more valuable than any monetary thing you can come up with. That's more valuable than any of those things, and it just builds the character of your program so that everybody loves each other. I mean, you saw it with Michael Taff and Andrew McCuba and Jahdae Barron. Those kinds of things don't happen everywhere.
Yeah, no, exactly, and yeah, that to bring together that group, and then you get a guy like Taff who's going to stay another year, which is a huge connector for this secondary to have some consistency, especially losing a coach. That culture feels like it's a lot. He also goes on to talk about Arch Manning, which he officially names as a starter. Huge shock coming out of Texas. I love that you want to get that breaking news that Arch was a starter. You're like, they wanted to be Arch to be the starter. Can you imagine the headhunters that would come out for Sark, if he was like, Arch isn't ready, we're going to wait another year.
or it's an open competition.
It's an open competition. We're going to wait another year. I know he played games last year and played well, and all of you wanted him to start all of last season over a NFL quarterback in Quinn Ewers. No, let's wait another year. That was not breaking news, but he did talk a lot about Arch. I love the story about recruiting that, just makes you like Arch Manning even more, that he was a very level-headed guy and there wasn't, you don't have to roll out the red carpet, which I'm sure they did anyway, but he was like, it really wasn't that crazy different of recruiting. He's talking about Cooper Manning and that, they haven't been over the top helicopter parents so much that they're coming up and trying to get a hold of Sark because they can. They're the Mannings. They can do what they want to do. I like the promise that Arch Manning, all the things we've heard about him seem to be staying true as opposed to the narrative changing as time goes on, that we've heard that he wants to come in and play. He wanted to sit a year behind and learn the system better. There's all those pieces we kept hearing. You don't know if they're true or not. It feels like all that's true.
Yeah, and I think my favorite story of all of those is that he's the most marketable player, highest NIL value in the country, arguably at least. And then he's not allowed to keep an NIL dollar until he's the starter. I thought that was the coolest story of the bunch. And I think that kind of speaks to his character. And you saw a lot of that in the interview that he did with Marty Smith. He was very humble, very, I'm just going to go to work and I just want to win games, that kind of a thing. And, sure, Sark says it and it still somehow goes. Anytime anybody says anything about Arch Manning, it feels like it goes viral on the internet, which is great for my website in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
But that was probably the least surprising thing I've heard in my time covering Texas football, that Arch Manning is going to be the starter. But look, it's still great because it's something that you have not had in years until you had Quinn Ewers, right? I guess you had it with Sam Ehlinger technically, but for the longest time, the Texas quarterback thing seemed like it was kind of like after Colt McCoy and up until Sam Ehlinger, it felt like it was kind of a crapshoot for years. So to have that consistency where you go from, you had Sam Ehlinger, then you had kind of the Casey Thompson, Hudson Card thing, but then you got 3 years of Quinn Ewers. Now you're going to get Arch Manning, and then the whole thing. Like I think it helps build confidence in recruits that a coach has this kind of track record with his quarterbacks, and Arch Manning is just going to be the next one.
Yeah, and speaking of the quarterback's record, he talked a little bit about Quinn and what he should be telling NFL teams about Quinn. And I believe his main point of it was the perseverance of, you really have to look at what he's been through in the world of being expected to be the greatest quarterback that's ever played football and the savior of Texas. And he really achieved a lot in that role. And he didn't necessarily, live up to the expectations in some senses, but he made it to the college football playoffs 2 years in a row. He won a ton of games. He's done a lot of things really, really well. And that perseverance of, there's very few quarterbacks, especially in this year's draft, who have had to go through that. And I think Shedeur has a little bit of it, but Shedeur is a different case mentally that you have to look at. It's kind of a one-off situation. And then you take over Quinn Ewers and you say, this is somebody who's done everything, done it with a smile, continued to show back up. He could have gone pro a year before he did. All these pieces come together, and Quinn turns out to be somebody. He likes his perseverance on that one. I think he didn't want to go too far into too many players because he was, it's one of those things where you're like, if I don't have the list in front of me, I know that he's done on signing day press conferences where he'll have the list, and John Bianco, the press who runs PR for Texas, will stand beside him and basically be like, make sure you mention every name. and like, he'll be ready to walk off and be like, there's like 2 more names you didn't mention. You got to mention them all. So on this, it goes from Quinn. He gives a little bit about it, doesn't go too far into it, talks about the combine invitees. And, they ask him, of course, who's going to be the fastest, Jaden Blue and Isaiah Bond. He gives a little bit about Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden. And Bond, stuff that we know at Texas. He's the big play threat. And then Matthew Golden, it's the hand strength. It is what we saw is if that ball is coming near his mitts, he's probably going to make that catch. I think all those pieces of what he said about all the players, if you want to go check out that interview, it's up on YouTube as well. You can go watch that one. I'd prefer you watch it after 6 o'clock, though. Don't go cut away. Come back and at 6 o'clock. But if you want to watch that one, that is You can see where he talks about the players. He doesn't give too much on there. I mean, I didn't see anything in that was too that stood out too much. Do you see anything in that, Matt?
Not particularly. He's going to talk about these NFL guys and try and impress upon people that Texas is the place to go if you want to make it to the NFL. I think that was kind of what he was getting at there with those guys and trying to build them up as much as he possibly can. But it was a great interview. I thought it was great. And then Charles Omenihu, former Longhorn, came on Up and Adams after that. So that's something you guys should check out as well after 6 o'clock.
Yeah, Charles Omenihu used to be an intern at the Horn. We used to have him at the radio station all the time. Back before he would come in and eat his food and hang out with us for a little bit. And it's just funny seeing how much he's done, because he came in and I think it was before he was playing a ton for Texas and everybody knew he was a big recruit. But then he took off and played a great season at Texas, goes to the NFL and has done what he did. He also told the fun stories about Xavier Worthy, how he was getting recruited when he was at Alabama. And then, that move over there. And I want to get to the spring game, but I think we have some breaking news that I want to hit first. And then, because the spring game will be a whole bigger discussion, we'll talk about that in the news that there will not be a spring game. But, Matt, do you have some breaking news to press on us?
I do. So Dallas Cowboys news. I hope everybody's ready for this one because it's a very sad day for a lot of Cowboys fans. Zack Martin, 11-year pro, 9-time Pro Bowler, 9-time All-Pro, has told the Cowboys that he is going to retire. This is a big blow to the Cowboys offensive line. Obviously, he came into this offseason not really sure what he was going to do, whether he was going to retire. He's coming off of an injury-plagued season. He had some free agent interest. I saw ESPN earlier even had him potentially going to the Chiefs, which would have been great for him. But he has officially let the Cowboys know that he plans to retire, according to Tom Pelissero of NFL Network. So that is big-time news for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big to lose another veteran like that. You've been building that offensive lineup in Dallas, but I think it's one of the problems that Laramie Tunsil was supposed to be the anchor and the veteran for the Texans, and it just didn't feel like he's ever fit that role. For Zack Martin, he was filling that role. When there's so many young guys around it, he was really taking the lead on that. But I understand, you get away from it, and especially that you spend a little bit of time away from the game, and it becomes difficult. It just becomes difficult. And, the pain physical pain that you go through being an offensive lineman. And, it's funny because you see a lot of these guys when they retire, their offensive linemen drop like 100 pounds pretty quickly because, they're training. They're still, can do a lot of this stuff, but the weight they're carrying is so painful on all their joints that they have to lose some weight to, return to some better quality of life. I could see that he just went through and he was having some fun in this offseason, spending time with his family, and says it's not worth it. I don't know if we're competing next year. I don't trust the Cowboys. I think we can be good, but it might be time to step on. Offensive linemen, you always feel for them just because of how much they put their body on the line for the sport. And they don't get a ton of credit, but yeah, he will go down as a Cowboy legend. I can say I appreciate the fact that he didn't go somewhere else for a season or something. It always kind of sucks when you have those guys that are so entrenched with one team and then they leave. And so him leaving, I think it's bad for the Cowboys because you're going to have to fill that spot. But at the same part, you're going to have to, that was coming up anyway. He was dealing with a lot of injuries. Happy for him that he had a great career, though.
Yeah, so I totally understand this decision. Like you said, getting to spend some time with your family in the offseason and all that, and, kind of looking at what the Cowboys situation is and realizing, hey, I've been giving it my all for 11 seasons and we've never really come close. My family's pretty entrenched here in the DFW Metroplex. So, I think I'm just going to hang it up. I had a great career. I did everything I could for this franchise. I did everything I could for the city of Dallas. And, good for him. I mean, he's earned it. He's in my opinion, I grew up in the era where, they had that offensive line with Mark Tuinei and Nate Newton and all those guys. So, I mean, but he's right up there with all those guys. He's one of the best Cowboys in the history of the franchise. He's going to get his name in the Ring of Honor eventually, and he's earned every bit of it.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of breaking news for you there that Zack Martin will be out. We'll have to look at what the impact is. I do want to go through sometime here in the next probably week or so. We'll go through and look at some offensive linemen because both Cowboys and Texans are going to be looking at that in the draft and through free agency. A lot of teams are trying to build that offensive lineup. So it'll be interesting now. And you throw one more name on there that the Cowboys are going to have to replace, puts them back in. When we look at that draft, are they, is that first round going to be offensive line once again because they feel they need to? This may add to that concern, or at least for Cowboys fans, that once again it'll be an offensive lineman, and then we'll just figure out the rest. So it'll be a piece we can get into. I want to get back to the interview with the last piece of news that he dropped at the very end, that Texas will not have a spring game this year, that they are going to go to the more mini camp style OTAs and try and change up the pattern of practices a little bit to get their guys a little bit more rest, maybe not put them out in those situations. I understand it to a point. I still feel like all these teams canceling it is about something else. I think there's something else that, whatever it is, all these coaches talk in the offseason, it feels like there was a combined belief in it, that maybe it was getting too publicized on ESPN or something like that. Maybe players were demanding things to play in these games and they didn't want to deal with those demands. I don't know what it is, but, Nebraska and USC can't say we're playing too many games. Texas can. Sark can use that excuse that we played a ton of games. We've been in the playoffs 2 years in a row, so we want to take a little bit more time off. I get that one. But Nebraska and USC have both canceled games, and they haven't been playing more. They're not, they're not blowing people away right now. They're not making the playoffs. So if you look at it in that sense, and I know Matt Rule said it was about scout, but it just doesn't make sense to me that you're saying, well, they're seeing it on ESPN. Like, these guys don't have connections to find out who's doing well and who you want to go bring in and try and hit on the transfer portal. That just seems like a weird excuse for it. I don't know if it maybe is something to do with, the pressure it puts on the teams. I don't know, like on the players, and I don't know if it's, it doesn't make sense to me, other than, well, we just don't want to have practice. Like, I think it's just coaches don't want to do that. I don't think coaches have ever want to do a spring game. I don't think there's ever been a point that they've said, I want to go show what we're doing. And now it's more so because everything's on ESPN and everything's out there for everybody to see. It doesn't feel like, it feels like there's another motive that they're not talking about. But at the end of the day, I will say this. I don't care if you play a game or not. I still think you have to do something. And I imagine CDC is trying to figure out something to do for that, because there's a lot of money tied into it, not just talking about what the TV deal is and what you're going to make there, but you're talking about a tailgate, and there's tons of money in tailgates. I've run them before. There's tons of money in them. And so you're talking about this massive Bevo Boulevard. It's a great way to connect with your fans. It's a great way to introduce to your team to the younger crowd that maybe doesn't follow, us every day and follow Texas Sports Unfiltered and follow all the news across social media and everywhere you find it. It's a place where they can go and meet, the new offensive line and meet the new defensive line and meet guys that, they saw on the TV, and the kids get to do that. The adults get to see some of the young talent as well. I think there's a lot of things you get out of it that are not necessarily the game itself. So I don't mind that you say, we don't want to do the game. But I think there has to be, if you want to do a spring practice and invite everybody out, I think there has to be something that you do for the fans, because it is a fun tradition, and the game itself is kind of arbitrary. We talk about it afterwards, and you know what the same talk is? Well, the wide receivers did well. I guess our secondary sucks. And, well, we didn't run the ball well, so our run game's garbage. And the D-line did well. But, you could just talk yourself into either way that, unless everything's 50-50. You can talk yourself into a corner about the game. So the game itself is not so important. I think it's just that connection with the fans and letting everybody see the team, give some guys a little bit of shine that maybe don't get the shine. I'm a fan of that as well. I get some of it, but it just doesn't make sense to me.
No, and I think that there has to be something that they do, whether it's a meet and greet with the players at DKR, or a spring practice, like you mentioned, or like I talked about yesterday with what Ole Miss did. Ole Miss did kind of a Pro Bowl game style thing where they had kind of a skills challenge, and they had a dunk contest, and they had a different sort of like flag football kind of a thing, almost a 7-on-7 type of deal. And it was just a kind of a fun experience for the fans. It was a lot less formal, a lot more lighthearted, not just, guys hitting each other and all those kinds of things. So maybe that's a direction they look, or
and bring the alumni in. You do the alumni game in baseball, bring the alumni back. Have Vince Young and Colt McCoy out there throwing the football with some of these guys. And
do a 7-on-7 with those guys.
if Xavier Worthy's eligible, he can come back. And then you get help in recruiting as well, that, you're bringing these guys in that are playing in the NFL and have played in the NFL. I think that's I'm fine with that. I don't need you to play a hard hitting, full on scrimmage that we're carrying. I don't care if it's on ESPN. I just think the tradition of having something to get the fans excited about football in spring should stay. It's going to be hard for me to believe they don't do anything, because the amount of money that's involved in it, that CDC is just okay with losing that amount, and that Texas is okay with losing that amount of money because Sark says, I prefer not to have them go out there. And they'd be like, well, cool. But they need to go out there. They don't have to hit each other. They don't even have to be in pads. But something's got to happen, because these, you can't take that away from these fans that have been great, and then expect them and then come back and say, well, we want you to come out now and come out to the games. Tickets are $250 a piece. So you don't get the free one anymore. The free one's gone, for people who can't afford it or whatever else. That one's gone. Now you only get the $250 one. I think that you need to have a little bit of something there. I'd love to see it. This feels like now it's going to put the pressure on CDC to announce something sooner rather than later, because now it's official that they're not having it. I would assume something's going to happen. And I agree there. Rob on the chat says disappointing end to a fun tradition. Yeah, it's just kind of that, like, it just peters out, and I get it. It's fine. I just think there's a lot of people out there that are going to be ready for the spring game and waiting because they didn't watch the interview, and then all of a sudden you realize it's not going to happen. There's nothing there. If you just come out and change up what the format is or change out what you do, I think you can still get away with something. I don't ever like the thought of, let's take away the one thing that's accessible to everybody. And because we have to worry about the things that are the most expensive. We have to do road games in the playoffs that no one is going to, that most people can't afford to go to. And we're going to take away the one where everybody can come and meet the players. There has to be something there.
Yeah, and I don't think that Sark would have made this decision public if he hadn't already talked to CDC and they had something in mind. So I'm sure there will be something. What that ends up looking like is anyone's guess, but you got to have something for the fans. The spring, the time between the end of football season and the beginning of football season feels like the longest sports drought in ever. You're just waiting and waiting and waiting. And the spring football game is sort of a reprieve from that. It's like, oh, yay, it's March or April and we get football. So there'll be something. Whatever that ends up being won't be as fun for some people as an all-out game, but if it might be fun for kids. It might be, like I said a minute ago, a meet and greet where they, have all the players come out and they interact with the kids and they put them through some drill, something. There will be something, and I'm sure CDC has some good ideas.
Yeah, and that's why I'm excited. I think that now we're getting closer to that, because now it's been announced. I'm sure it was discussed, and it was okay for him to say it. I think you're right about that. So CDC will probably have something that comes out now. My man Chan agrees with us on the text line. You got to do something, at least a meet and greet, because they normally would do signings. They normally, at the tailgate, you could get, they'd have the players go out there and sign some autographs and sign things. So it wasn't necessarily as much of a, hangout meet and greet, but it was you could stand in the line and go get, the line of autographs of the players, something like that. Rob says, insane cost tickets paid $260 to sit at the top of the stadium when Florida came to town. Yeah, that was a disappointing Florida team. Still $260. I think that they need to do that. I get that's not the way the world is going right now, but I think Texas, it would do them well to do it. I think they will. So I'm hoping that we will get that news that comes out soon enough. We did get the news that Chad Scott has been hired as the new running backs coach for Texas. Chad Scott, if you haven't heard, he comes from West Virginia, 43 years old, originally from Florida, has spent the last few years at West Virginia. He was an OC and running backs coach. When they fired their coach, he comes in as the interim head coach. Then after they get a new coach, he gets somewhat demoted back to just running backs coach. I think that may have been the sign for him that it was time to move on. He started looking, and that means that he comes and ends up at Texas. This is a hire that I think caught most of us a little off guard, because you don't think of West Virginia as a powerhouse run team necessarily off the top of your head. They haven't had great seasons. But the more you look into it and the backs that he's produced, and one of the things he's done really well is he's taken 3-star backs, so not the talent that Texas normally gets, but guys that are a little bit below that, and turn them into guys that can be real producers at a college level in a Power 4 level. And that's that player development you want to see for this team and for what he can do. And then you throw in the fact that interim head coach, when you're named interim head coach, it's usually not because, you're the biggest hard ass or you're the biggest. It usually means you have a really, really good relationship with the players. And the players really trust and like you. And you get pulled up to that position because they know you're trying to keep players from leaving in the transfer portal. You're trying to keep people happy. And so you put a coach in that is very well liked normally in that position, especially in college. And so for him to get that tells you where he was. You saw the response from former players of his and guys that are currently at West Virginia, just saying it's a hard blow, but they're really excited for him. So it is, you see what his relationship is with the players, and that's something Sark has worked really hard on. We talked about that in the interview with Kay Adams, where he talked about the cultural vulnerability, and this seems like he found a guy that falls into the more new wave coaching that isn't so hard-edged. So there still is discipline, there still is repercussions for your actions, but it's a little bit more open, and I think he's found that guy. And so you say he's recruited well at West Virginia. He's developed well at West Virginia. He's very well liked by his players. That seems to check off a lot of the boxes you're looking for, at least Sark is looking for in a position coach.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that one of the things that I pointed out yesterday when we were talking about, the potential hires, it was rumored that he was at the top of the board, was that he recruits the state of Florida very well. Yes. And that's something that Texas could sorely use. I mean, Florida has a lot of players that fly under the radar, and they have a lot of schools there. IMG Academy is obviously the biggest one, but they've got a ton of talent in that state for such a small geographical area. And getting a foothold in that area and a guy who knows it well is only going to improve your recruiting. And that's something that I think that they could sorely use. If you really want to dominate the SEC, Florida's a place where you got to have a foothold. So That's great. And the thing with the interim head coach being liked by the players, that's something that they're losing in Tashard Choice. Tashard Choice was one of the favorite coaches on the staff with the players. Everybody was devastated when he left. They understand, they're cheering for him and all those things, but to get a guy that has that kind of personality coming back in as well, I think is fantastic. And he's never worked with a group of running backs to my knowledge, like he's about to have at Texas with CJ Baxter and Wisner and, all the guys that they have there now. So look, and Jared Gibson, a Florida guy, IMG Academy. So I think that this is going to be a very, I don't want to say under the radar because I feel like he's a pretty respected guy and he could have gotten a job at a lot of different places, but it's going to be one of those hires when you look back and say, wow, this was a really great move by Sark.
No, I agree. And this feels like it was, all of us kind of go around and you look at the top candidates and it's Sark digging a little bit deeper into it. And this coaching staff that they've evaluated guys well, that connection where I think, that you're able to bring in, an assistant GM or a head of scouting, that is from the Atlanta area. So you feel a little bit better about that. You're able to bring in some guys from Dallas. So you feel a little bit better about that. So where else do we need that connection in recruiting? And let's go Florida. He also played at North Carolina. So he's probably got some connections a little bit up there. So that, lower East Coast area where there is going to be some talent coming out of it, you can go recruit that area now a little bit better. And you have a guy who knows what he's doing. You always like to have somebody who, when they get in the car to drive you when you're there, knows how to get there. Is not just relying on the GPS the whole way. That helps you in recruiting. And as dumb as that sounds, it's, they know where it is and they are able to take the references. And when you have a conversation, you're able to say, let's go to this restaurant because this restaurant will be a better place for us. That one is where everybody goes. So we don't want to go there. This is a different little hangout. I know somebody will hook us up. Those types of places, that little bit of stuff can help you in recruiting a lot. It makes sense in a lot of those areas. I think when you had, you're able to bring in somebody to help you out in some other areas. You are able to bring in 2 coaches now, maybe for the price of one of what you were paying to Tashard Choice. You could bring in somebody to help you out with blocking on tight ends and running backs and bring in a running backs coach, maybe help out a little bit more, get more hands on deck, help guys out. help with development when you're talking about going through the season. All those pieces make a lot of sense. He's still, a relatively younger guy at 43 years old. So he is not necessarily at that point where he may be jumping all over the place. He's been there and done it. He stayed with West Virginia from 2019 till now when he left. So he wasn't out there just overly seeking. He was with North Carolina before that, Kentucky before that. Texas Tech was, Texas Tech's always had a decent running game. Yeah, so I feel like this is one of those hires that it feels like it'll be a pretty good pullout. I just really appreciate the fact that you could tell his players are very invested in him, and that seems like something for Sark that is very, very important this season. So the recruiting ties are definitely going to be big. You have to have that part now when you're hiring your coaches. But that player, you're hit it on the head. Deshard Choice, extremely well liked. Definitely a guy that people felt they could go to. And now it feels like Chad Scott maybe not this season, but next season gets to the part where he's trusted enough and players really feel like he's somebody they can trust. And that's a big piece for what Sark needs to do to keep building this team and that culture he wants to build it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And another thing here is, when you lose a guy like Choice, it, like we saw with the number one running back in the 2026 class, he canceled his official visit, and that's a huge blow, right?
Yep.
But now maybe with a guy like with a guy like Scott, now you have a chance to sort of be like, hey, we got a pretty good guy come in. Maybe you have a relationship with him. Maybe you don't. We'd like you to develop one, see where this goes. Maybe you get that official visit back. So,
I believe he tweeted out or Instagrammed or whatever, that sucks. I need to reschedule. And I believe they canceled the visit, but it wasn't necessarily a full cancel. He's just like, who are you bringing in? I'm not showing up when there's not a coach there to talk to me.
Yeah, and maybe this is a guy where he's like, okay, I can see this. I like this guy's history. He's a cool guy. We've had conversations or whatever. So I think that's also something that, maybe some of these guys who were a little bit hesitant when Choice went to the NFL, maybe now they're a little bit more at ease and they're like, okay, I can see myself playing for this guy.
Yeah, and I bet you there was a phone call made already.
Oh, absolutely.
Prospect that immediate, hey, while the news is breaking, I want to let you know I'm the new coach here and you're getting the news first and all the trying to make everybody feel good about it. But I you know what? It's another one of those hires. I don't really have a lot of bad to say about it. There's always a hope that you get this home run. This feels like the ball's in the air with a lot, some of these hires. You just don't know yet. It's a good shot. We'll see as time goes on. But the development that he's been able to do with some of these guys that were 3-star running backs, he doesn't get 5-star running backs in West Virginia. So we haven't been able to see what he'll do with the 5 stars. That's the example of Kalen DeBoer in Alabama is the experiment of Kalen DeBoer has always won with 3-star players. Can he coach 5 stars? And in year 1, he had issues with it. So there is that trend that you have to figure out when you come in, that you're not going in with guys that they don't have that same chip on their shoulder that you maybe are so used to coaching that I was undervalued. No, they value me dead on for 5-star. I am the best. So it's a different world you have to live in. And so when you bring in a coach who hasn't necessarily been at that level of being able to have the funds to recruit and have, the people around him and the program to be able to recruit like that, I think you'll still be okay with it, but can you still develop those people and can you develop the people that are there? Texas has done a good job of it. I don't think it'll be a problem, but if you want to ask the one thing that, whenever you bring somebody in like this, he hasn't been able to do it at that level yet. Can he do it? And that's the only equation I'll put in is Kalen DeBoer, because Kalen DeBoer is a great, great football coach. But we saw the problems with Alabama this year. You're trying to institute new culture. You're trying to bring everything in. This becomes you're coming into a culture. Can you adapt to it properly and help everybody out? I don't think it'll be a major concern, but that's probably your only point when you bring in somebody like this from West Virginia.
Yeah, and I think that he's going to have some guys on the roster that he's going to be coaching at running back who kind of fit that mold anyway, with Ricky Stewart, James Simon. Those aren't 5-star guys. Ricky Stewart's a 3-star. James Simon's a 5-star or a 4-star. So, those are guys that he's going to be able to coach up and develop. And then you got, you got Clark, who didn't get a chance to play last year. You got Wisner, who's a very coachable 3-star guy. Gibson is just one of those guys that's going to have a chip on his shoulder and run as hard as he can, no matter who his coach is. So I don't think that'll be an issue. And CJ Baxter is also a culture guy. So I think that as far as the running back room goes, it's also a tremendous fit for Chad Scott because he doesn't have one of those guys that's a hothead or a guy that thinks he's bigger than the program. All these guys seem like they're right in his mold of players.
Yeah, and CJ Baxter, we know he's definitely going to have a little bit of the chip that he missed a year. That, any player that misses a year and has to come back from behind, he wants to go in there, follow the tradition now of Texas running backs getting drafted. He wants to come back into that world. So I think that it'll be easy enough to get him to produce. Trey Wisner, what do you worry about? So it's there. I think he'll be able to do a lot of things with this team. It's just that's the only part that I'll put that I think could be a negative, and that I don't think will be a big one, but that's the only one I could find. Why don't we get into a quick commercial break? We'll play a couple words from our sponsors, and then we'll come back. I want to get into this Todd McShay mock draft. Todd McShay is one of the guys who's done it at a very high level for a long time, but he has not done a mock draft in a while. He's got a new one out for this year, so we'll go through that, tell you where the Longhorns get picked, talk about what the Cowboys and Texans are doing in his mock as well. Get into that a little bit. We'll talk about the NBA and the SAB putting off talking about Wemby. We'll talk about that since the NBA is in town today, playing tonight. The NBA is in town. Maybe a little bit more football talk. And if we have time, we'll talk about hockey as long as we can. I don't really watch hockey, so I don't know how long the conversation will last, but we may get
a couple Stars players.
We'll go. And if you guys have anything you want to chime in, anything you want us to hit on the show today, it's open gym. That means you guys are welcome to join the gym as well. Text line is open. The chat is open. Come on and join us here on Open Gym. We'll be right back after these words from our sponsors here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
The best sports bar in Austin, Texas, USA, America is Cover 3. They've got everything you're looking for in a great sports bar. TVs everywhere, so there's not a bad seat in the house, and they've got the right games on. You're not going to have to ask the bartenders, the waitresses, the waiters for the game that you want to watch. They know the games that you want to watch, and the food. My goodness, that's what separates Cover 3 from the other sports bars out there. An upscale menu with tons of great items. You got to try the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. They've got the filet mignon. They've got the fish tacos. Of course, all of the sports bar classics like wings and nachos as well. Great burgers, great salads. I'm telling you, something for everyone. Of course, the full bar, happy hour prices, the weekend brunch. You got to check them out. Anderson Lane, Round Rock, and San Antonio. And, of course, Cover 2, 183 and Lake Creek. It's Cover 3, dining, spirits, sports.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply, a full service and wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. They have 2 terrific locations. Y'all should check both of them out. If you're up north, hit up the one on Pond Springs Road. If you're down south, hit up the one off Monterey Oaks and 290. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supplies, your one-stop shop for everything you need. Go to their website at leaflandscapesupply.com so you can check it out before you get there, what you want. And when you do get there and you're in the checkout line, let them know your boy Zay Collier put you on, the boys at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and you get 10% off. 10% off, can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Remember, you can join the show there on the chat line, on the text line. You can join us there. Roy says, as much as we trust Sark in hiring coaches, can we trust him on 2nd and goal from the 1 to pound it into the end zone? Too soon. Yes, it's too soon. Too soon. I'll tell you this, as much as everybody hates it, hopefully that this is Chad Scott will help us work on that as well, getting the ball in and has some ideas and run games, how to help that out. New set of eyes on that. But also, I'm done with defensive players coming in and letting everybody know what you're doing. I'm tired of it. I know they've run the trick on that as well and gone to the outside. It just does it, like the success to failure ratio of that, of bringing in defensive linemen to be blockers, the success to failure is remarkably in the failure column. So I'm done with it. I don't want to see it. I know it's cute. You can do it against like a smaller team. I don't mind if you do it against, because it'll work. But yeah, nobody your same size. Stop doing that. Stop doing it.
Yeah, and I also think that if Texas has CJ Baxter in the lineup against Ohio State, that we're not even talking about this right now. So
probably true.
That's something that I think everybody needs to keep in mind there.
That's probably true. But yes, definitely too soon. Definitely too soon, Roy. Let's go over. I want to get into this Todd McShay mock draft for a little bit. Todd is has been a top name in the mock draft and the scouting department for ESPN for years and years, and they had the falling out. So now he is over and doing his own thing. I believe at the Ringer is where he's set up now. So he's doing his first mock draft in a couple of years, but has some good insights and still has connections with leagues to kind of feel out what people are doing. So he put out his first mock draft. He has Tennessee. He does think that he does put in his mock draft that he feels that Tennessee is very open to trading this pick, which I think they are too. But he has Abdul Carter going right here as the best talent that's on the board. Probably the most, not even best talent, but maybe the most sure thing that you really feel like he will be a successful edge in the NFL. Where Travis Hunter, will be good, but the question is, can he stay on the field if you try and use him both ways? Is he going to be able to stay on the field at his size? I think that's the question of Travis Hunter. That's the only one you can really think of that you're going to be upset about him because he's just so talented. But that is still, Abdul Carter just takes it he just feels like he's prototypical NFL caliber player and talent. So no big surprise there. You get the Browns taking Travis Hunter second. I don't think he'd stay in Cleveland. I just don't feel like he's going to be. I don't think he would stay there. I think, and maybe he'll buck the trend from Dion and say, I'll go ahead and I'll go play in Cleveland. But Dion, I'm sure, does not want him to go to Cleveland. Then we get our first quarterback off the board with the Giants taking Cam Ward third. We get the Patriots taking Mason Graham, the lineman from Michigan, the defensive lineman from Michigan. The Jaguars going tight end early with Tyler Warren. Tyler Warren going really, really high in these mock drafts. He is really, a lot of people think he's good because his blocking ability, his catching ability, he can do everything. And a lot of teams just want a good tight end right now that they can use in the run game and the pass game. There's not as many as it seems like there was before. Gunnar Helm is going to get some love in that category as well. Maybe going a little higher than he would have before because there's so many teams looking for that. But you get it there. And then number 6, we get Shedeur Sanders, the second quarterback, going to the Raiders. This is, if Shedeur Sanders falls to 6, it feels like a done deal that he goes to the Raiders. They may trade up for him as well. A lot of people think that they'll trade up for Shedeur Sanders. I'm in that camp as well. But so far in those first 6, do you see anything that stands out to you there, Matt?
I mean, I think that's pretty chalk as far as I'm concerned. If I'm the Patriots, I probably go offensive line instead of Mason Graham, even though I think Mason Graham's going to be great. I have a little PTSD about Michigan defensive tackles as a Cowboys guy, so that's certainly something there. The Jaguars with Tyler Warren, I really like. I'm a big Tyler Warren fan. If he for some reason falls to the Cowboys, I would love to see him in a Cowboys uniform. But with the Jaguars having a guy like Trevor Lawrence, you got to get him a safety valve. You got to get him a best friend on the field. As we've seen for years with Mahomes and Kelsey, I think that could be sort of a similar thing there. So, I like all those picks. I mean, there's a reason that McShay was so good at this for so long. I think he's hitting it right on the head so far.
It is. I do think the Patriots, and Rob brings this up, that the Pats need to go offensive line, that there is a point of it where, if you want to play, hard-nosed, you're going to draft off, like, they're drafting a lineman. We'll put it that way. But does Vrabel want to bring in somebody that maybe they can run the ball a little bit more effectively, get Drake May a little bit more time? He may go, if you can get the first offensive lineman, you may go that route as well. If you're the Patriots, I just think offensive linemen like that, when you can get a top guy, especially like a tackle or something like that, maybe you go that route instead of going interior D-line, because it's a really hard one to get the top guy. You get a lot more misses, let's put it that way, on interior D-line. And as much as I think that Mason Graham will be really, really good, it may not be a star player on interior defensive line. He may just be a really good player, but not a game changer as much as a left tackle who could, give you a little bit more time to run or to pass, could be a very big game changer for this Patriots team. So I think you go there. We have the Jets going with Will Johnson, number 7, the cornerback out of Michigan. We got another edge to the Panthers and McCall Williams from Georgia. The Saints go Jalen Walker, another edge from Georgia. The Chicago Bears now end up with Will Campbell because we didn't get an offensive lineman drafted till 10. We said that with 10. I think there will be at least 2 offensive linemen taken by 10, but he only has 1. He has Will Campbell going there pretty consistently. Will Campbell has been going there. And then number 11, your first Longhorn, Kelvin Banks, going to the 49ers. Again, this feels like Kyle Shanahan's making these drafts right now, saying that they are able to get Kelvin Banks at pick 11. I don't have to trade up and get, possibly the best offensive lineman in the draft. That feels like a perfect one for them. And the Kelvin Banks thing, I saw a mock draft today, which we're not going to go into because how crazy it was, that Kelvin Banks was like 29th. Like, he's not going to be the 5th, 6th offensive lineman and go late in the first round. It's not happening.
No way.
I don't see any way that happens. And now maybe if he goes tested the combine, it's all terrible. And it was really just that he was over. I don't get how you think he was overblown playing in the SEC and what he's done against great players over and over again at that left tackle position. He's been tested so much, and it really seems like, well, he got a little banged up at the end of the year. I guess he's not any good. It doesn't make sense to me. But they have him going to number 11. So they have him going second offensive lineman. I get he just says they're not going to take one until pick 10.
So this is something that I've always had an issue with NFL scouting, and something that I didn't know for a long time. There are NFL scouts out there, or former NFL scouts, who will only watch like a 3 to 4 game window of a player because they don't have time to watch all 12 regular season games and 4 playoff games or whatever. So maybe that's what Kuiper did or whatever, and they think that, and they watched the A&M game and maybe one of Banks's not so great games, and maybe against Ohio State when he wasn't 100% against or something like that, because look, I've watched every single game that Kelvin Banks has played for the last 3 years, and he is the best offensive tackle that I've seen come through Texas in my lifetime. And that's saying something. That's not, Texas has produced some offensive linemen. So if he falls below 11, I'll be shocked. I would be much more inclined to think that he goes in the top 10 than he does to fall out of the top 11.
No, that's, and I get the 3 to 4 game window thing too, but I think if you have that, I've done that stuff where you go, I can only watch so much film on somebody when you're scouting, and you go, well, this is, my opinion is now wildly different than everybody else. So I should probably look into that instead of just spouting off something. Well, I watched 3 games and he was hurt in 1. He came back from injury in the other. And the third gun he played, he didn't play against a good team, so I'm not going to count it. And that's my 3 games I watched. We should probably watch another 1 or 2 and maybe even it back out. But yeah, they have your first quarterback or your first Longhorn going at number 11. Number 12, the Cowboys take Ashton Janty, the running back out of Boise State. This is a very popular pick. The Cowboys need a running back. It feels like everybody keeps going that route. I don't know if they're ready for that running back. You got the Zach Collins news today that he is not going to be playing anymore. And so your offensive line is now down another big name. Zack Martin news today. And I don't know if they're ready for that. I also really, really want to see where he measures out at the combine. It's not even the speed or anything else. I just want to see what his frame is, what his weight and height is at the combine. If you feel he can be a 3-down back, I don't know if he can be a 3-down back in the NFL right now, but if he can be, then it can change things. He has that weird stance. He stands straight up when he's in the backfield, and he explained why, which makes sense. Which is, I'm not the tallest guy in the world. So for me to see over the line to see what I want to try to look at, I should stand up instead of crouching down. But is that somewhere that you're going to draft and then try and coach that out of him? Or are you okay with that? I don't know. It just feels like there's still pieces. I like Ashton Jeanty a lot. But if you want to put somebody that I don't know if you can find too many guys that have that college red flag of like, this may be an all-time great college player and not an all-time great NFL player, I think you have to look at a guy from Boise State who had one insane year, but maybe didn't perform the best at the end of the season, maybe didn't perform best against the really good teams at the end of the season. Those would be a little bit of red flags if I'm looking at him. Now, we'll see more at the combine. If he measures in what his speed is, what he looks like. But I think he's like 5'9", 190 or something like that. Maybe 215. His last I looked, something like that. But he's listed at 5'9", which probably means he's 5'8", maybe 5'7". And so if we say he's under 5'9" for real, I start to worry about him being a 3-down back in the NFL and being able to have the power to be able to get through an offensive line that may not always be great. And, he could make it work, but to be a 3-down back, that's the question.
Yeah, I'm not as concerned about height necessarily as I am about weight with running backs. Yeah. I'm not saying that it's not a factor. It certainly is. I mean, you got to be able to see where you're going. There's a reason that Deuce Vaughn was an amazing running back in college, and he hasn't really done much in the NFL yet. Part of that's because the Cowboys haven't really given him a shot yet, but also because he's a small guy. I'm not saying that Jeanty is a Deuce Vaughn, but I'm just, it's something that you have to take into consideration. And excuse me. And when, against Oregon earlier in the season, he played great. He had 192 yards and 3 touchdowns. He averaged 7.7 yards a carry. But then when he faced a pretty good defense at Penn State in the college football playoff with all the lights on him, all the focus on him, he had over 100 yards, but he only had 3.5 yards per carry. So, I think obviously McShay made this pick before the Zack Martin news, and that could change everything for what the Cowboys do and what every mock draft that we see going forward for the Cowboys looks like.
It sure could. Namad brings up a point. He's bigger than Chris Johnson, McCaffrey, and the running back from Kansas City. That's the question. Is he? We will see if he is bigger because he may be smaller. Schools tend to lie about these things.
You never really know until you get to the combine and you get your official measurements.
Yes. So I get he's around the same size as those guys, and that's a decent point. But remember, Chris Johnson's career was cut short because of injuries. And McCaffrey right now I can't put McCaffrey in the injury, but we know he's had injuries throughout his career. He's just a different kind of beast. I don't think you're getting a Christian McCaffrey out of Ashton Jeanty. I don't think you were ever going to. He could be a better runner than Christian McCaffrey has been at points, but I think it's still that concern of, can his body take the stress that it's going to put on it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, given what's happened today with Zack Martin, I think that the Cowboys are going to probably be looking even harder at offensive line now as opposed to Jeanty. It's that all of a sudden becomes a position for them where you don't really know what you're going to have outside of Tyler Smith and maybe Cooper Beebe at center. Terrence Steele did not have a good season. Tyler Guyton was not ready in his first season. He seems like he could be maybe a swing tackle. Maybe they could kick him inside, but the offensive line all of a sudden just becomes a massive, massive need for the Cowboys.
Yeah. So we'll see where they end up going there. Number 13, the Miami Dolphins take Mimbu, the offensive lineman out of Missouri. The Colts take Jahdae Barron, the defensive back from Texas. So Jahdae ends up in Indy. That's a pretty popular pick in a lot of mock drafts as well. It's a need for them. Everybody knows what he can do. I think for a team trying to find its culture and trying to find its, kind of what its identity, maybe more the fit, I think bring in a Jahdae Barron, who is a guy that can do so many things to help lead that defense a little bit more, could be a really good pickup for these Colts. And for Jade, it's a decent team. They have a lot of young talent. I don't know if they're going to be able to compete. They're in a bad division, so you're able to compete in that division anyway. But I don't dislike that pick. And number 14 is a great place for Jade Barron because he was not going as a first rounder a year ago. So to be a top 15 pick would be really big for Jade.
Yeah, and I think that if you're the Colts, obviously you don't know what you have at quarterback. You have needs across the board if you're picking in the top 15, but corner is a high value position. If you can get a guy that can do everything, that can help in run coverage, he can help in pass coverage, you can play a little safety, he can play in the slot, he can cover pretty much anybody. That is something that you can be like, okay, we have our number one corner, we're good there. Now we can look at these other positions of high value and see where we can fill things out. And to your point, Jade is probably, he's one of the best character and culture guys in this draft, bar none. Yeah. I mean, he's a tremendous, tremendous teammate. He's a tremendous locker room guy, great kid, one of the most enjoyable guys to talk to after the games this year. And everybody loved him in the roster. And I think he's going to take that to the NFL with him. And that's something the Colts could also use.
Yeah, I agree. I think it could be a really, really good fit for this Colts team to bring him in. Now, they have a lot of needs. They have a lot of places where they could go draft somebody. But with Jade Barron being available there, it feels like it could work out for them. We'll skip ahead a little bit. The running back run starts at 21 for Todd McShay. I know Ash and Janty went earlier, but I think Cowboys fans want to see how many of these teams are actually going to take running backs. So if you do not take Janty, do you have a shot to get one in the second round? Or are there going to be a lot of the top ones gone? He has Amari Hampton as a first rounder going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He has Travion Henderson going to the Minnesota Vikings. They need a running back really bad as well. So he has a couple guys going there. He's also got at number 23, Walter Nolan from Ole Miss, going to the Green Bay Packers. And then we get number 25, Houston, taking an offensive tackle, Josh Simmons out of Ohio State. This is an interesting one. He's had some injuries, but it is somebody you can bring in to another offensive lineman. And yes, they need offensive line help. I'm on the record for the Texans. I don't want to draft another offensive lineman. I know you need the help, but you suck at drafting an offensive lineman. Just understand it. You got to go out and sign for free agents. Go ahead and try and get somebody to try and get him any other way than the draft, because right now you are just doing an awful, awful job drafting offensive linemen. So until you want to go hire Will McClay away from Dallas and then you'll draft great offensive linemen, I don't have faith in you in drafting them. So I think Josh Simmons is a guy who's been good. He's also been injury prone a little bit. He missed a lot of last season. So he was one of those guys that was graded that he could have been, one of the top tackles taken in the draft, one of the top linemen, but then he kind of slipped down a little bit because of the injuries. I'm not sold on them drafting offensive linemen because they've shown me they haven't been able to do it at a high level.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that you kind of look at here is that his connection with CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
That
he's not going to be playing left. He's going to be playing right tackle. He's playing tackle, or he's going to be playing guard. He's not going to be playing a position where he's not playing that left tackle where it is, I got your back position. It's because you still got Tunsil, unless you're going to get rid of Tunsil somehow. And then I don't know how you can do that with the dead cap because you're paying him a ton of money. But I get it. I get the Ohio State connection. I still go Buka before that and add him as a wide receiver and that connection of Ohio State. If you really want to do that, if it's about CJ Stroud, but I get it to an extent. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have the faith in the offensive line picks.
No, I wouldn't either if I was a Texans fan. So I like you said, I would prefer the Ibuka pick. Offensive line is obviously premium in the NFL. I think if you're the Texans, you got to find a way to go get it in free agency. The guy that's already developed and has already sort of proven that he can protect CJ Stroud and not be penalty heavy like Tunsil was last year. And another thing with them on the offensive line is they've had so many injuries, and drafting a guy who has an injury history doesn't really feel like it's the best idea there either. So I would go Ibuka as well.
Yeah, I'd stay away from offensive line. I get it's a need, but I think you should address it in other ways. We will then skip ahead to pick 29. A lot of people have Matthew Golden going number 30 to Buffalo. He has him going a pick before. Washington taking Matthew Golden with the 29th pick. And Matthew Golden going to team up with Jaden Daniels on a young Washington team. this does feel, again, this could be a good fit for Matthew Golden. This could be a good fit for Jaden Daniels. You know, another guy, strong-handed, what Sark said today, somebody who is a sure catch, that on that third down, make that connection, that you have a mobile quarterback, and this wide receiver is my third down wide receiver. I think that this is a big way to go for the Commanders. But I like to see that, again, somebody else has Matthew Golden with a first-round grade, that he will go late in the first round to somebody. I like to see that. It's somewhat of a sexy pick if you say him and Jaden Daniels. If you form that connection with an up-and-coming star like that, it could be really good for Matthew Golden.
Yeah, so they have a certified number one in Terry McLaurin. So to be able to get a guy like Matthew Golden to put on the other side, take some pressure off of McLaurin, and also have a guy that you can rely on to catch pretty much anything that comes within his catch radius, with a young quarterback who you want to get as many weapons as humanly possible, that would be fantastic. Because outside of McLaurin, they don't really have a whole lot of star power at the wide receiver position. So I really love that pick for them. But let me tell you how much I hate this pick as a Cowboys fan. The last thing that I want to do is watch Matthew Golden killing my secondary for the rest of his career. It's sort of akin to the Eagles with A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
You know, A.J. Brown is my favorite Ole Miss player of all time, and I have to watch him absolutely dominate the Cowboys every time they play. So as a Cowboys fan, I could not hate this pick anymore, but as just a general NFL, for Washington's fit and what they need, I think it's a fantastic pick.
Yeah, it does seem – it's nice to see, again, another mock draft with 3 Longhorns going in the first round, that Matthew Golden continually stays in that ground of where people really like to see him. He's another guy that combine's going to be big for him, because if he comes in and does, measures it the way they want him, he shows his hands off there. I think that you'll see, and maybe if he shows a little bit more speed than they think he does, which will be interesting. Clearly, Texas has good speed coaches now after Xavier Worthy. So if he can show his speed a little bit more, then I think he really solidifies himself as that first-round pick. And we know that, they have the Commanders in this one. We've seen Buffalo a lot. I mean, there could be, if everyone knows he's going late first round and somebody really wants him, you could see that somebody try and trade back up and go get him because he feels like one of the most sure-handed wide receivers in this draft, that you're going to be able to get it from, get help from some of the other guys, and they're going to be maybe more explosive, but he's also can be a kick returner. We know he's done that. So he can also help you in the kick return game if you want to use him there. But just as sure-handed guys, you just need to have him, and that's Naman brings up about the Texans, that Schultz is a terrible blocker, and he wants Gunnar Helm to Houston. I would not mind Gunnar Helm in Houston at all. Dalton Schultz is one of those guys that every time you write him off and you're like, I'm done. You miss blocks, you drop 3 passes in a row, you're awful. He makes like 3 plays in a row, scores a touchdown, and you go, okay, I can see it in you, but how are you the most inconsistent player on this team? And so he's extremely frustrating. They've paid him enough that he's going to be there for a minute. But if you brought in a Gunnar Helm, I'm not hating it. They also got Cade Stover, so I doubt they're going to draft a tight end because they got Cade Stover there too, who is a friends with C.J. Stroud, played with him at Ohio State. So I assume they're not going to take Gunnar Helm, but I don't hate that pick either. Yeah, that is it. I tell you, watching Dalton Schultz, and as a Cowboys fan, he just again, it may be a little bit like Ferguson, but I think he had some more shining moments in Ferguson. But that was just such a inconsistent player, dropped so many passes. And, Matthew Golden, he is a third down assassin. I remember when we played Houston, he was a third down assassin, and he plays for Texas. He's a third down assassin. You need somebody, he can find the ball. If, he just was that guy. When you needed a play, he caught the ball in those plays. Dalton Schultz is not that guy. What did David say there? Many want to make his immediate assessments, but if we're practical, we at least give his coach Scott a year of actually being the Texas running backs coach before we make an evaluation of him. I agree with you. that we're not going to be able to fully get it. I think we'll look at some of the stuff that he's been doing, but yeah, we're going to evaluate him as well as we can right now. And then what I said earlier, he's, we're not saying it's a home run hire because he hasn't done anything yet, but all signs would point that this seems like a pretty good hire, and we're happy about it. So I'm with you though. We won't know until we get him, a year or two in there, and you see what he does with those running backs. CJ Baxter should be pretty well developed, and then fumbles. If he picks the fumbles, we have to figure that one out. But yeah, I'm with you, David. We know we're not going to be able to. we will make crazy assessments because we do get paid to make crazy assessments on the block. We do somewhat of our job, so we do that. So,
and I think that if the only running back coach that you could have possibly hired that would have been a home run hire would have been hiring Rashad Samples and and him signing a contract that guarantees that he stays in Austin for 4 or 5 years. That's about it. Otherwise, it's a lot of unknown for the most part. So, we'll see what happens. I'm confident. I'll say that.
Do you have? Wait, let me ask you too. Do you have any love for Dalton Schultz, or are you still inconsistent with you too in the Cowboys?
I wish they had him instead of Jake Ferguson.
You do until that third down he drops the ball, and man, this is that frustrating over and over again.
Yeah.
Well, let's get over. That is the Todd McShay mock draft. We'll find more mock drafts. The one I saw, The Athletic, that had Kelvin Banks, I was like, well, I want to talk about this one. Pick Kelvin Banks that late in the draft. It makes me feel like you guys are trying to make sensational headlines instead of doing an actual mock draft. So I don't know if we'll go through that one, but they keep putting them out. There's a lot of people that put them out, so we'll get into that. It's time though. I was waiting until the 5 o'clock hour to get into it. By the way, for joining us, we appreciate you. Myself, Patrick Davis, Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. We've been talking a lot of Texas football. We'll try and get back to some Texas football in a minute, but I thought since we are getting into the second half of the NBA season, when people start to care a little bit more about it, I know a lot of people now are just falling straight into the playoffs. And they're like, I don't care until the playoffs. If you want to get into it, it's like 25 to 30 games left for teams. This is the time to get in, get a little base of what your teams are. There will be basketball at the University of Texas tonight with Kevin Durant coming back, playing for the Suns against the Spurs. And we got the terrible news today that Victor Wembanyama will now be out for the rest of the season. Basically, they call it deep vein thrombosis is what it is, the technical term, but it is a blood clot in his shoulder. That news came out today. It makes sense because we heard around the Paris trip that he was not feeling great. And then they come back, and then around All-Star Weekend, he was not feeling great. And so I think they kept going back. They said, well, after All-Star Weekend, if you're still not feeling well, let's run some other test because I don't think you're just sick. It must be something else because now this is like the third time you feel sick in the last, month. Something might be up. They run the test. They find the blood clot in his shoulder. So luckily they find it before anything worse happens. Blood clots, if they get dislodged, can be deadly. So it's good they found it. That's a really good thing. But it will be a recovery process that you can't really stressfully use that arm. You can't practice. You can't have contact for a little while. So he's going to get the treatment, but it's about 3 to 6 months. I mean, really, they say mostly 3. Usually a young guy would be about 3 months, maybe 4, to be able to get back to where he can really get back in the gym and start playing again. They expect to have a full recovery before the beginning of next season. But it's a little scary to calm some nerves of Spurs fans that are really thinking about this in the Chris Bosh light, that Chris Bosh's career was cut short because of blood clots. They're not believing that's what the cause is. They do not believe that it is something that will be habitual. They're doing it more like Brandon Ingram, Asur Thompson, both have had this. Both have missed the end of the season because of blood clots, and both are back playing basketball right now at a pretty high level. So there is all belief that he will be fine and come back, but it's a tough news, not just for Spurs fans, but for Victor Wembanyama, who is a super competitive guy and is now basically being told you are not only not able to play, you're not really able to practice for a while. You're going to have to go back and sit back and just go get better. That's going to be tough news for him, but it's good they found it because it could have been much, much worse.
Yeah, you hate to see stuff like this with a player like Wembanyama, who's already, in my book, a superstar. Yeah. He's one of the, lightest, brightest shining stars, young stars in the NBA. So you hate to see that. It's good that they found it. It's good that, he's going to have a full recovery. It's not going to be a Chris Bosh thing. That would have been absolutely devastating, not just to him, not just to the Spurs, but to the entire NBA. So that's the positive part of it. And look, if you're the Spurs, you try to find the silver linings in this, and there's not many when a player goes down like this. But now you have an opportunity to kind of get into the NBA draft, and I'm not saying that they're going to tank, but you're not going to win as many games without him as you were with him. So maybe you kind of start to creep into the Cooper Flag chase a little bit, and you can rebuild the Twin Tower Tim Duncan, David Robinson days from the mid 90s or from the late 90s. So there are some things that you look at and you say, okay, we can salvage this and we can sort of adjust our roster and do those kinds of things. But it really is just devastating for Victor. He's such a likable guy. He's such a fun player to watch. As you said, he's super competitive. I know he hates this. And look, when something happens like this to a guy like him, it's only gonna motivate him more, because he's gonna want to get back and he's gonna want to prove to the rest of the league that this is not something that's going to hold him back. So in the long run, I think Spurs are going to be fine. I still maintain, and I've said this for years, even as a Mavericks fan, so it's been hard for me to say, they are the best run franchise in the NBA. They are the Kansas City Chiefs of the NBA, the Patriots of the 2000s. They are that level of franchise. They know what they're doing. So everything's going to be fine for them. You just hope he gets back sooner than later.
Yeah, and I mean, it brings up a lot of questions to finish out the year. And I mean, the reality was you were 3.5 games out of the 10 spot in the play-in. Phoenix is in that conversation as well. Portland's just right behind them, another game and a half back. They're fighting for that position. So you were not necessarily guaranteed to even make the play-in with Victor Wembanyama. Without him, it seems like it's pretty much a set that you will not make it. So it does beg the question of what you do for the rest of the regular season. Are you still fighting for it? Where are you going? You also got to remember, this is a season where Popovich has been out because he had a stroke. So I have your head coach, who is this legendary head coach, has been out. Mitch Johnson's been coaching the team, doing a decent job, but it felt like it was kind of struggling there as they kind of petered into the All-Star break. They were playing 500 basketball, and they dropped below 500 there right before the All-Star break. And so there's been some issues, trying to figure out where all the offense is coming from all the time. When Victor Wembanyama sits down, the defense takes a huge hit because there hasn't been the guys out there really to play at that level. Jeremy Sohan, I just am not sold on him being a major minute player in the NBA right now. He just doesn't feel like he has it. He has no athleticism. And so he at 6'10", the fact that he can't finish it around the rim is not great. And, he just misses out on plays. He plays hard at sometimes and can do it, but there's no consistency with him. I just don't have faith that he's that guy. You have way too many guards right now with Vassell, Chris Paul, and Steph Castle, along with De'Aaron Fox. What are you going to figure out in that situation? Is Vassell now your 3? And you start Castle and Fox going forward, as we say, you move on from Paul next season. That question needs to get answered. Does Chris Paul stay in San Antonio? Or do you work a buyout and say, we appreciate everything you've done for us. We were competing. As long as Wemby was here, you wanted to compete with us. But we understand that you may want to go and play in the playoffs, and you may want to take that step, and we can't trade you anymore. So we'll work a buyout. You can go to another team. We appreciate it. Or is Chris Paul maybe thinking that he has a shot? Maybe this has been discussed of being the next head coach of the Spurs. And is it a piece that I see your face, but is that a piece that maybe he's staying there because he knows Pop is looking for a successor? He wants to go into coaching afterwards, and he may not be a head coach right away. Maybe he'll join the staff next year. Or, at what point does he move over? Is there something where he thinks this is a great run franchise? They have a great young star. And if I can come in and be a player and then step into that coaching role, whether it be an assistant or a head, then is that why he wants to stay with San Antonio for the rest of the season? That he's ready to join the Spurs in a bigger role a different role next season? I think that's a question they have to ask, because if you're not going to, if you're not competing really, and you have De'Aaron Fox and Steph Castle, those dudes need all the minutes they can get for the rest of the season. Those dudes need to play. Steph Castle needs all of the minutes he can get for the rest of the season. So you don't want to waste any of his time. Now, he can learn a lot from Chris Paul, but now you're talking about 3-point guards trying to play. Devin Vassell's going to play minutes, so now he's your 4. And then what are you running? Sohan out there? It's your 5? That lineup's going to get destroyed. I mean, you're talking about giving up 120 points a game. And that's with one of the premier defenders in Steph Castle. But you're still talking about giving up 120 a game. And I don't know if offensively it's going to work if you're giving up 120. I don't know if you can stay up with that. So it's difficult for what they need to do going forward. We'll know more in the next couple of days. They're in Austin right now. They're still going to be on that rodeo road trip, so they're still not really getting to go back to San Antonio. I think they put the Austin game here to try and give them a little bit more of a home base for the next couple of games, to give them somewhat like a break in the middle of the rodeo road trip. They figured put it here instead of at the end of the year where it's been. That's why Longhorns aren't playing this week too, is because they're giving up their place for the NBA. But it's an interesting decision what they have to make. You know, I know guys like De'Aaron Fox didn't come here to not compete. Steph Castle doesn't want to not compete. I think all the Spurs players are kind of getting tired of not competing at that level for the last few years and maybe tanking. And I know you want to be in that, capture the flag sweepstakes. You also have to remember you got the Atlanta's unprotected pick too. They're still in the playoff hunt, but they're below 500 as well with the injuries that they've had coming after them. So does Atlanta fall down? And then you get 2 chances to get in. I think it'll be interesting to see what they can do. What they're going to do for the rest of the season. But that Chris Paul one is going to be a really interesting decision made in the next few days, that you're not going to put him on your bench and not play him, because he's too much of a legend. And I think when you signed him, you knew you had these discussions of what happens if you're not competing for a championship, or at least competing for a playoff spot. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. And I think that'll tell you more. If they keep Chris Paul, they're playing. They're playing basketball. They're not going to make the play-in, but they're going to keep playing. And we're not tanking again. And if the balls fall the way the balls fall, then we'll get Cooper Flag and it'll be great. But we're not going to go ahead and we're not going to do that to our fan base once again. It's already bad enough to get the blow with Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, I think that with Chris Paul at his age, he wants to compete. You're right about all of that stuff. So maybe they work out a deal for him with the buyout. I really like that idea. But I also think that when you traded for De'Aaron Fox, it was sort of a signal that whatever happens this year is probably the end for Chris Paul in terms of being a starting guy in San Antonio. So, hey, look, you have a very nice young core going forward. That losing the rest of this season is not going to change that. All those guys that you listed, Fox, Castle, Wembanyama, that's a great young core to build around. None of that's going to be affected by in the long term by this. So if you're the Spurs, obviously it's a very hard decision, but Chris Paul, I just can't see a future for Chris Paul. Chris Paul is one of the best point guards ever. I don't think he's a very likable guy personally. If I'm the Spurs, if I was running the Spurs just personally, I would buy him out and I would say, see you later. Maybe they see him as a potential heir to Popovich or an assistant coach or whatever. But for me, the best thing for the franchise, for them long-term, would be to buy out Chris Paul, keep building your young core, improve your draft stock as much as possible. I know the fans hate it, but eventually it's going to work out. And I think it's a lot closer than a lot of people realize. I mean, yeah, they're competing for a play. They're 10th for the play-in or whatever. But I think the Spurs are so close. If they can just get 1 or 2 more pieces, then they're going to be right in the thick of things.
Oh, no, I agree 100%. And maybe you don't even use those picks. Maybe you use those picks to make a trade to bring somebody else in. If you do get the 4th or 5th pick and you say, we don't want another young guy, we want to bring in an experienced wing or somebody like that to fill us out, or we have another big man and we can put that in the trade. That's a possibility as well. So I think there's a couple things you can do if you're the Spurs. But yeah, you're right now, you're the 12th seed, and you're not even the 11th trying to get in. That's the Suns who are playing tonight. So if you lose these 2 games against the Suns in Austin, well, now you're basically fully out of it now because you're way behind them. So I just, you could say maybe they take a late push, but yeah, the Chris Paul part too. I get he's not likable, but I could understand why they like him of a Greg Popovich, who is all about basketball when he gets in there, and Victor Wembanyama, who's all about basketball. And Chris Paul is unlikable because he's all about basketball. And he does not care about your feelings. He does not care about fans. He does not care about you. And I think he's doing better about it when he came to San Antonio, because I think he's getting ready to transition to a coaching. He's not going away from the game. We know that. Chris Paul is not going to just be a guy who shows up in the front row. He's going to be a coach. Now, where that is up in the air, but he's going to be a coach because point guards like that don't just give up the game. They just don't. So he's 39 years old. He'll turn 40 at the end of the season. So he's going to be 40 years old. It feels like this is his last run. So if he wants to go for that ring, go ring chasing, I don't think anyone would blame him at all. Instead, and get more playing time. I'm all in favor of that solely in the fact of it gets my guys more playing time. It lets Castle and De'Aaron Fox start to build that rapport going into next season that those two guys need to learn how to play together really, really well. And I want to see how those guys play together. So I want to put them on the court without Chris Paul to see how well they merge together. That for me is I'd love to see more. So I'm fine with, getting cut, but it depends. I know there's conversations we are not privy to between Chris Paul and the Spurs because why else did he sign here? They didn't take, it's not like he took a massive pay cut. He wasn't going to make a ton more elsewhere or whatever else. But I think there was a lot of other reasons. And the fact that he wanted to work with Pop more than he's getting to work with Pop, I think is, maybe a detriment that Pop been out for most of the season after having a stroke. So it'll be interesting, but we'll see that in the next couple of days and then we can react to that. But yeah, for the Spurs, I'm with you. I'm all for my team tanking in the logical sense. I'm all for it. In the logical sense of, okay, it sucks I can't watch the last 30 games of the season because I'm not going to watch them tank. I don't want to watch them be in a game and then make a couple substitutions and call the plays wrong, and all of a sudden they lose by 3. I hate watching that game. It's just disappointing and depressing, and I've seen them too many over the last couple of years. But I understand it fully. Amanda Mon says there, Patrick, I just told my wife this week that Paul would be the Spurs' next head coach. I don't know if he will be. I just think that there's some things that look like Paul wants to go into coaching, and it all seems like it could line up. You know what I mean? You're looking at the Lego pieces and saying these could be something.
Yeah, maybe somewhere down the line. I'm not a huge fan of players immediately coming out of the league and becoming a head coach. Didn't exactly work out for Steve Nash. Maybe it'll work out for JJ Redick. And Chris Paul is a brilliant basketball mind. No one's disputing that. So that is definitely something that's in his future. And I think it could happen somewhere down the line. But like immediately, I think he needs to sort of get some experience of being a coach before you can just throw him in front of a team that you're hoping can compete.
No, I mean, and because we've seen Jason Kidd kind of got thrown in that situation and it didn't work out great. And then he went to another place and it didn't work out great. And then he ended up at third place and he's doing okay as a Mavs coach. I mean, they went to the finals. So we can say how much that was Luka, but he went to the finals. But that's, it's a difficult place. That'll be a big one to see what they do there. But the rest of it, they're not going to be competing at this point. If we go to the other Texas teams, Dallas is in a tough place. I know they're talking that PJ Washington is getting close to coming back. Dwight Powell is getting close to coming back. That would be big for them because they're basically trying to patch anything together at center. All of their centers are hurt right now. I believe Derek Lively and Anthony Davis are being reevaluated March 6th. So that'll be the big point of, do we have a season to salvage or do they fall out of the play-in? And Phoenix comes in and they just kind of struggle down the stretch because of the injury problem. You make the trade and then all of your centers get hurt. And the guy you traded for shockingly got hurt. I know who saw Anthony Davis, who had that on their bingo card, an Anthony Davis injury. So I don't, that's an interesting one. Right now they're 4 games above 500 at 30-26, but that's the 8th seed. That's the 8th seed in the West. The West is just stacked with so many good teams. 30-26 right now puts you as the 5 seed in the East. It's the 8th seed in the West right now. And that's the other problem for the Spurs. They have Atlanta's pick. The Atlanta is under 500. They're still the 8th seed at under 500. They're still in the playoffs as of right now. So this is a Dallas team that's going to try and figure it out. If they're able to get Anthony Davis back and kind of hold over in the next couple of weeks until they get Anthony Davis back, I think they have a very good shot of staying in the playoff hunt. And then what they can put together defensively and the matchups they get. They're not going for a title this year. We know that. They just don't have the players to do it. But I do think
not anymore.
Can be not anymore. I don't think they were in the title hunt last year, really. I mean, they made it to the finals, but they don't have enough pieces. And I know it's sad to say when you have Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, but they were just a piece short to go against the Celtics team that was stacked. And so you're going to have a team like that that's stacked, and I'll get into that in a minute of what team is most likely to do that. But if we look there, and then the team that is doing the best right now is the Houston Rockets. Over there, the Houston Rockets, 34-21. Ime Udoka has taken the defense-first culture that he ingrained in Boston. He has brought that down to Houston, and this is a Rockets team that I think the Rockets are where the Thunder were 2 years ago. And so I think they're a really good team. They're going to give fits and they could win a series in the playoffs. I don't think they're an actual contender in any real form just because they don't have any experience. Alperen Şengün is a really good player, but he feels like a guy that could screw you in a playoff series by not showing up for a game or two and maybe just getting overpowered in the post or holding the ball too much and just shooting poorly. So he's one of those guys that is really good, but he just fluctuates at points. We know Jalen Green, Jabari Smith are both guys like that, wildly inconsistent players. And Fred VanVleet, like that's probably your biggest problem is Fred VanVleet is your clutch player right now. And Fred VanVleet is not a good clutch player, but he's the guy who's taking shots at the end of games. He's the guy who's trying to run things. And that's a huge problem when you get into these playoffs and you're calling down the stretch. And yes, you have 6 options, but if you have 6 options, it means you don't have 1 option. And, that's when you say if 2 quarterbacks, you don't have a quarterback. That feels like what the Rockets are kind of dealing with right now is they don't have that superstar on the team that can put the team on their back and get them through some tough times. So they need everybody to play at a really high level so they can win a series, but I just don't see them going far.
Yeah, if you're the Rockets, you hope that Jalen Green develops into that because he's your best player. He's not there yet. And listen, this is something that all teams who make it over the hump and who compete for championships, they have that guy. Houston just doesn't have that guy. They have a lot of young talent, Jabari Smith, Jalen Green, Sengun, all these guys, but Jalen, for the Rockets to be a contending team and for sure be competing for championships, Jalen Green has to take the next step. He's the key to all of that stuff. I don't know if he's going to do it or not. He certainly has the talent to do it. But if he can take the next step, I would feel a lot better about them. You like having guys on your roster like VanVleet, who, is a great culture guy. He's a great, he's a tenacious guy. He plays as hard as anybody in the NBA. You love those things, but they just don't have that superstar, and you need a superstar to compete in the NBA. No, and so just real quick, there's this thing that I have with teams who employ Dylan Brooks. And if you employ Dylan Brooks, I think you are cursed from winning championships and you're cursed from being successful in the playoffs. Hello, Memphis. And, he's just a wannabe Draymond Green. And as long as you have that guy on the roster, I think it's a waste of a roster spot.
Yeah, and Naaman hit the nail on the head where we're just about to say Amin Thompson is probably the closest guy to be the next superstar of this team. I think Amin Thompson's also the reason that they're going to get rid of Dylan Brooks. That, we need a defensive player. We have Amin Thompson. He played defense for us. He's fine. Well, we've got the guy. He's young. He's going to be a star. We don't need you really anymore. So I think that's kind of where you're at is I think you need to, Amin is going to have to explode and do better and better. He's going to have to improve. If you want to have any run, Amin Thompson's going to be the guy that has to take that next step because I think Jalen Green hasn't been able to take that torch. I think Şengün hasn't really taken that torch. I think he gets the ball a lot. I think he does some good things when he has the ball, but I don't know if he's taking that torch. And then if you go over to, Fred VanVleet's not the guy. I don't like that. Like, he's a good player. He's done well for them, but I'd like them to get another point guard in the future as well, to get somebody in there who can, maybe not make it about them as much. I think that could help out. But yeah, I'm with you, Naaman. Amin Thompson's really, he's your best chance now because it was Jalen Green. And then when you drafted Jabari Smith, you said maybe he'll develop into it. And he hasn't. You have Torrey Eason. You have Cam Whitmore. You have really good players. You also want to get that rotation down to 8 guys and get a solid 8-man rotation. If you have 9 or 10, it's too many guys in that rotation. So, I like what they have, the pieces, but it feels like they're a couple years away from where Oklahoma City is now with a lot of pieces, but some stars in it. And maybe Amin Thompson turns into that. And if he turns into it, then Houston's going to be a problem for a while. So that's the one to watch there for. with the Rockets. And, your hope, I just don't see him winning a series. I mean, more than one series. You can always win one because you can push through in that first series and make some noise. I don't see him winning 2. I don't see him getting past the second round this year, but they're building in the right way for this series or for this team. Looking over though, let's look at some of the actual contenders, and I want to get to y'all's chats here in just a minute. We'll get to those before we go on to anything else. I want to get to you guys, but let's go through the contenders right now. And I think really in my head, they're not even the number 1 seed in the East anymore, but Boston Celtics, what they have when they are healthy, it feels like that's still the team to beat in the NBA. It feels like that team just knows what to do in the playoffs. They play a style of basketball that is really boring, but it works. And everything they do, Jason Tatum does enough during the game, and then you have a closer in Jaylen Brown. And I know Jason Tatum would hate for you to hear that, but that's what it is. You have a closer in Jaylen Brown, and you have Jason Tatum, who's really, really good throughout the game. So what they put through that, and then if Porzingis is healthy, what he can do, especially when he's shooting well, as a third piece, maybe even a fourth. Derek White, the steal that they got Derek White, that trade that I hate that the Spurs made, because it was for a first-round pick right when they were when they were struggling, and they could either go up or down, and the Spurs bet that they were going to go down after that trade, and they just shot off like a rocket, and the Spurs got a crappy first-round pick for giving up a really good player, Derek White. He's thrived there. Peyton Pritchard is the front runner for 6th man of the year right now for them as well, shooting lights out. So they've just got a lot going for them. That's my favorite to win, but you do have to look over and look at the Oklahoma City Thunder. And that is a team that is continuing to progress. That is a team that is continuing to show what it can do. And because they're Oklahoma City, they don't get on TV a lot. Shai is not the most exciting player. SGA is not the guy who's going to, necessarily put on everything. He hits a lot of mid-range shots. If you look at the shot chart of the most places shot, he does a lot more mid-range than a lot of other guys, but that means he's pretty efficient. Because
free throws too.
A lot of free throws too. He goes in and gets contact. So he knows what he's doing to go in there and get the ball. They've got a lot of great players. They play defense well. And then, of course, they've got 9 trillion other draft picks, so I'm sure they're just going to keep getting better. But this is a Oklahoma City team that you worry about a little bit because they are one of the only teams in the West that you feel really matches up with this Boston team well, because they just have so many different things they can throw at Boston. And they just kind of do the same thing as Boston does, which is wear you down and go take it. So, I think that Oklahoma City is one that they're able to get to the finals, which I think it's harder for them to get to the finals. They get there, I think they can beat Boston if they're Boston's on the other side. But, we can go through the other teams in a second, but I just get your opinion on that of where I have right now. That's who I have in my finals right now is the Celtics and the Thunder. But I think that, both those teams could get knocked off before they get there because they may be looking too much at that.
Yeah, listen, looking at the rosters, looking at the records, I think that you're probably right about Oklahoma City. My thing is, in the West, I have a hard time going against superstars. I'll put it that way.
That's true.
So when you've got a team like Denver sitting there with the guy who I think is the best player on the planet, Nikola Jokic, it's really hard for me to bet against that. It's like in the NFL when, the other team has Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes, you're like, I never feel good about it, even if my team has a better record or whatever. So that's kind of a sticking point for me. I would still go Nuggets just because I think Jokic can do so many different things and he can get them over the top. He's already done it once. Yep. Can they match up with Boston? I don't know. That would be very difficult. I think the East has to run through Boston as long as you're the reigning champion. You're the team to beat, especially if you're in the thick of things. At the top there at the number 2 seed. So, if it goes chalk, it should be Oklahoma City and in Boston. Cleveland has the number 1 seed right now in the East, but I would still pick Boston coming out of the East just because of everything they've done. But we'll see. The NBA playoffs can get a little bit squirrely. Nobody thought the Mavericks was going to win in 2011, and Dirk took them on a run. So anything can happen. But
no,
Boston's
you're right. It's about a lot of times in the playoffs, and that's why you talk about anything can happen. Is it's about superstars, and it's about the supporting cast around superstars that do just enough. And for Denver, it is. Jamal Murray shows up and is a solid second superstar. They're a different team. If Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. play at a top level, then they become a different team. And Russell Westbrook is an interesting piece to watch there because he can tank that team or he could help that team. And depending on when his minutes probably drop a little bit in the playoffs, how he deals with that and what he does when he comes in will be interesting. He's been pretty good off the bench recently. And being okay with it instead of saying my back hurts because I'm not used to sitting on the bench. But when he's not in the final minutes of games when they're close, is he going to be okay with that in the playoffs? That's a big question there. You can look at Memphis as well. I don't know if they're built for it. I don't know if this is a Memphis team that is ready for it. John Moran has to step up in the position he's in. Jaren Jackson Jr. is playing great, which, by the way, the Wemby news today takes him out of the Defensive Player of the Year conversation because of that new rule. Luka can't win MVP, and Wemby cannot win Defensive Player of the Year, so it opens it up. Jaren Jackson Jr. is now your betting favorite to win Defensive Player of the Year, what he's doing there in Memphis. Zach Edey's an interesting piece. Our team's going to be able to really attack him in a series. I think they will. So Zach Edey can add benefits, but when you start getting attacked in the playoffs, teams start running on you a lot more and really trying to break you down in that position. We'll see if that works out. And then the Lakers. The Lakers in the West are a really interesting team because superstars win, and they have two of them. They have two guys. Now, they looked awful last night. They're not playing tonight. So there is issues. That Luka did not look good. LeBron missed shots at the end, and they lost to the Hornets, a team that they broke a trade-off with, and they now lost to one of the worst teams in the league. So that was not great. I think they'll get better. Luka will continue to get better after his injury, but they're both sitting out tonight against Portland, so that may be another loss. So, there are issues of the age of LeBron, and, from what you hear from the Mavs, Luka doesn't care about basketball at all. He just sleeps all day, drinks all I know. It's stupid. It's stupid.
Listen. Aside from the Luka smear campaign, that is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen an NBA franchise do in my life. I think that the Lakers are a sleeper in the playoffs because for the reason being that this trade just happened. These players are still trying to figure out how to play with one another. Luka is not going to spend the rest of the season scoring 14 points and going 1 of 9 from 3 and all those kinds of things. LeBron's going to turn it on in the playoffs. Luka is going to turn it on down the stretch. It's going to become a thing where this team starts to gel as the season goes forward, and they become a problem. Does that mean they're going to win the title? No, but how many teams make seismic trades and bring in a superstar mid-season and end up going and winning a championship? It's not a guarantee that that's going to happen.
Yeah,
it's a thing where they're certainly going to make noise in the playoffs, and maybe they bounce somebody that we otherwise thought was going to win a title, like a Denver or something like that.
Yeah.
So the Lakers are going to be just fine. As disgusting as it makes me feel to say that, even before they got Luka.
Yeah, and I mean, right now they're the 4 or 5 matchup. They play Houston in the first round, and if I'm Houston, not the team I want to play.
No,
because they're going to get calls. They're going to be able to get what they want against you a lot of times, and they have superstars that down the stretch, when you need to win a game, they can make shots, they can make plays, and you don't necessarily have that guy. So right now, that's the type of matchup. Houston's a better team than the Lakers are right now, but it may not matter because superstars in the playoffs, and so you have to watch out for that.
And it may not, it's certainly not going to matter a month from now, when this team figures out how to play with each other.
Yeah.
There's a reason that my guy, Mark Folwell, the play-by-play commentator for the Mavericks, coined the term Luka Magic.
Yeah.
And that's because when the game's on the line, there's not a player in the world that I want the ball in their hands more than Luka Doncic. So
yeah,
get to the playoffs, all hands or hats off.
All right, we got a little bit of time, so I'm going to throw you a couple names in the East, and I want you to say if you think they're contenders or pretenders, if they can really go make a run. We'll start with the Cavs. Cavs are playing great. They are currently 44-10 on the season. Donovan Mitchell has stepped up. Evan Mobley has become an all-star. You have Jared Allen, who is one of the best rim protectors and defensive players in the league. Darius Garland, when he's hitting shots, he becomes a threat as well. A lot of talent on this Cleveland team. Not a ton of experience in the playoffs, though. So are they contenders or pretenders there in Cleveland?
I think they're contenders. I mean, I don't think you go 44-10 and for, on accident. Yeah. I like I said, I still have Boston above them, but they're certainly capable of making a lot of noise. Former Longhorn Jared Allen, we're obviously pulling for him, so they can do some things that can cause problems. I think they're a contender.
It is. It's Donovan Mitchell. It's really Donovan Mitchell, because I think Jared Allen shows up. I think Evan Mobley does enough, or you get enough out of him and Garland, that if Donovan Mitchell becomes a superstar, which he's always been right on that cusp of, like, is he great? And he's been great in the season. Can he be great in the playoffs? The Knicks. They've added Karl Anthony Towns. They are the 3 seed in the East right now. Contenders or pretenders?
I think they're contenders. I think I'm a Jalen Brunson fan, so yep. I think that's another move that the Mavericks made that is going to haunt them for a long time, right up there with Luka and Steve Nash. So I think they're contenders. I think that they're in my book the biggest threat to Boston, and I know the NBA would love to have New York in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. I think they're pretenders solely in the fact that I have no faith in Karl Anthony Towns to do what he has to do in the playoffs. That's just the reason. He may do it. He may prove me wrong. But I've seen him in the playoffs enough playing for the Timberwolves, and he never showed up in the way he had to. He disappears in series. He becomes upset at the officials at an unreal rate, and then becomes, I'm just going to be a three-point shooter. I'm not playing any defense because I'm not getting the calls I want. So if he does that, maybe the culture there can help him. Maybe Jalen Brunson gets him going. Jalen Brunson has done that before. I have a lot of faith in him. I think they have a really good team, but I can't see him being that guy in the playoffs. He just seems like a regular season player. He needs to break that trend. And finally, the number 5 seed. I'm going to skip the Pacers. They're good. They're not a contender. But we'll go to number 5, the Milwaukee Bucks. They have one of the best players in the NBA in Giannis. They have a really, really streaky but super hot shooter in Dame Lillard. Bobby Portis just got suspended today for 25 games. He'll come back fresh and rested. But Bobby Portis, who's a big part of their Milwaukee team, he's out for the next 25 games, but they'll still make the playoffs in the East. Is Milwaukee a threat at all with Giannis? He could have beaten them last year, but he was hurt, remember, and got knocked out of the playoffs probably before they should have. Is this Milwaukee team a threat?
I think if you have Giannis on your roster, you're a threat. And I think by adding Lillard, who in my book is one of the most clutch players in the league, I think that's also something that you just have to consider. They shipped off Chris Middleton, which I think, I mean, that's tough because he's a tremendous 3-point shooter. I don't know what his stats were this year. Maybe he was having a down year, but anytime you've got a top 3 player on your roster like Giannis, I think that you're a threat.
Yeah, no, and that's where I put it. You put that this is a team, and they've done it before. If Giannis is healthy, I think the playoffs completely last year are different if Giannis is healthy. That was one of those things that just sucked about last year's season with so many injuries. I could say Philadelphia, but we're not real right now.
Absolute pretender. Absolute
yes.
pretender.
I mean, they're not even in the play-in right now. That's how bad this season has gone for Philadelphia. The reason why Luka is not going to get an MVP votes and why Wemby will not win Defensive Player of the Year, which, by the way, he will still win even if he didn't play the last 25 games of the season. The reason is Joel Embiid. That's your reason. That's the guy. He's openly said, I will not play in a bunch of games this season, and he was in MVP conversation. They wanted to change that, and Philly is not trusting the process as much anymore. Had some problems. And I don't wish ill will on anybody, but Daryl Morey is not the GM people say he is. And so I've just never been a big fan of his, and this will tell you why I'm not, is he kind of risks everything, and he's never won anything risking everything. And then the team gets on the back end, and now they're so cash strapped that they're just having troubles. Before we get out of here, I want to get back to the chat because we always want to go to those. David Williams says that don't really watch much professional sports at all, but I think Chris Paul may not be liked by a lot of people, but I do think he's respected based on what he's accomplished. That's very true. And as a potential future coach in the NBA, it's bad that his relationship with a lot of NBA officials could be an issue for him. I think that may be a little bit overrated. All these guys have yelled at all the officials. Yeah, Chris Paul makes up with the guys enough. I think he's learning as he goes on. He's able to mend those relationships, and officials have thick skin on a lot of this. Some guys are always going to hold a grudge, but they work pretty hard, and Adam Silver is pretty good about going back to those officials and being like, hey, everyone knows what you're doing, and if you don't stop, it's going to be a problem. But if you stop it right now, we'll be fine. And so I think he does have some issues. I wouldn't say it would be huge, but it's, I think the difference is he has good relationships with some, and there will be a couple that he hates, but the relationships that he has good ones with will be effective as well. So it evens out.
Yeah, as long as Scott Foster is not the referee in the finals that he's coaching in, I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, that's all you got to worry about that. And over on the text line, my man Chan asked something a little bit earlier about Texas football, and was asking about his thoughts on process. If Baxter doesn't pan out in 2025 because of his injury, then who can step up in physical stature, or will it be a rinse and repeat situation? Basically, I believe he's asking about the goal line stances and what do you do if CJ Baxter is not able to come back to full form? I still think he will come back to full form. Young guys bounce back pretty well on that tends to be running backs with a little bit more mileage who have more trouble bouncing back from that. So I think he'll be fine in that. But I think Jarrett Gibson's the other guy that you had that's supposed to be the bowling ball. He just had fumbling issues. You're having a whole year to work on that. But Jarrett Gibson is the baby rhino. He is supposed to be a great short yardage back. They use him in that situation. So I think in that world, Jarrett Gibson's a guy that you're going to try and get to be a little bit more versatile. So you can slip him outside some there. You don't have to run through the gap. But Jarrett Gibson would be my short yardage guy if CJ Baxter wasn't able to do it.
I'm not worried about CJ Baxter at all. ACL and knee injuries are not, unless it's like some catastrophic knee injury, those aren't the death sentence they used to be. Modern medicine has progressed tremendously, and those surgeries, sometimes they can come back just as strong, if not stronger. So I'm not worried about that at all. I think that with Baxter and Gibson in that backfield, that shades of some old Nick Saban Alabama running back rooms that could just hammer you with two different guys, and it could completely control the ball. And I think that that's kind of what they had in mind when they brought Gibson in alongside Baxter. So I honestly think, and with Arch back there too, with his threat to run the ball, keep it on a zone read or whatever, I think they're going to be just fine. I think that's going to be a major focus for them this offseason.
And I'll tell you this: you bring in that new coach McIndoe. There's a reality that you could run some with Jarrett Gibson and CJ Baxter in that backfield and really not let people know what you're doing, because you have an Arch that can run. You have a guy that can pound at the middle. You have a guy who can go outside. Jarrett Gibson, you may teach him how to block a little bit more in that situation because he is the baby rhino. And you just say, you go clear the path, and Baxter's going to come right behind you. I think that's a reality you could see as well with some different coaches who work with fullbacks a little bit more, where you keep a guy who's really talented and you could hand it off to Gibson, or you could hand it off to CJ Baxter behind him. That's a reality as well. So I think there's a lot of different things you can use in that situation.
Yeah, and I think that you can't count out Wisner either, because Sark said that he's tougher than a Brillo pad for a reason.
Yeah, that's true. 100%.
So I think he's going to put some weight on. I think he's going to be able to run between the tackles a little bit even more effectively than he did last year. So that's a third back that you can't count out either.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that McIndoe hire, I do not be surprised as a coach in Sark who likes what Kyle Shanahan does, that you see some of those guys come in and be used somewhat as fullbacks at times, also to get them playing time. Get them on the field some. Run a two-back set, and run two-back sets in different ways. I think he likes that because Kyle Shanahan does it. We know he's a fan of that Kyle Shanahan offense. So you could see, using something and bringing in a coach to help train those guys how to block in those situations. That was one of the big things McIndoe did at Oklahoma State. Let's go over. We got a couple minutes left, so I just want to ask you this. We asked about the All-Star Weekend, Matt. 4 nations, the finalists tonight in hockey. It's been all, going up against each other. I hear hockey fans are going crazy for it. Do you care?
Well, I guess so. Anytime the United States is up for something like this, I kind of get a little patriotic about it, and I want them to win. Listen, I didn't watch the game against Canada, but that was some of the coolest stuff I've ever seen. Them booing the national anthem and the U.S. starting 3 fights in 9 seconds and then just going down and absolutely dominating them. So, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Patrick. I don't even know who they're playing in the final.
They're playing Canada again.
Oh, they're playing Canada again. Okay,
Yes,
well, there you go.
yes.
I wonder if they're going to boo the national anthem again. In that case, I'll probably watch it. One of my best friends from high school is a big hockey guy. He's part Canadian. And, I'm sure I can get some info from him before the game starts. But, why not? Watch America win some sort of world championship. I'm in, man.
I think I'm going to look. There's not a lot on tonight. I'll be watching the Spurs Suns game as well. I'll be having that on. I have multiple TVs. You got to get the setup where you got everything going on. So I'll be watching some NBA action tonight, but I'll probably put it on. I'll go with that. What did you say, David Williams, before we get out of here? Everything to do with Trey Wisner, returning 1,000-yard rusher Jared Gibson, along with 2 incoming true freshmen in the running back room, could be very legitimate this upcoming season. I believe so. I believe it's going to be a very legitimate running back room. And Sark, I think, is going to run the ball a lot to help out our young quarterback in Arch Manning, who doesn't have a ton of experience. I'm with you, David Williams. I think that running back room is going to look really, really good. We're going to get out of here, though. We'll be back tomorrow to get you ready for the weekend. Another reminder, if you watch Texas baseball, that game tomorrow has been moved to 1 p.m. So make sure to set your time up to watch Texas baseball, their home opener tomorrow at 1 p.m. Check that out. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about the NBA and what happened today at the Moody Center. We'll go into more Texas football talk as well. Get you ready for the weekend in sports. All that and more here on Open Gym, weekdays 4 to 6 p.m. Myself and Matt Galatzan over there from Texas Longhorns on SI. Thank you so much, Matt, for another great show. We're going to roll out of here, but remember, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow, 4 o'clock, for more on Texas.